Good day, my friends. How we doing? You like fireballs? Y'all like fireballs? I mean... it's pretty cool. Yeah. That one's just... that's not satisfying. It just cuts out like that. How y'all doing? Okay. So today, we're going to make a simple creative map, a fashion show map, a 1v1 fashion show map, copying this exact idea right here. No, that's not what's happening. What's happening is we're going to buy Epic. Buy Epic. Creative. And the reason that I go into Fortnite to build this first, you always want to start your map inside of Fortnite. Pro tip. Because if you build it in UEFN first, there's going to be problems, such as bunkers not going into the terrain properly. I've made that mistake. My other 1v1 map was built inside of UEFN from the start. Huge mistake, because now my bunkers don't work. Can't throw bunkers on the map. They just sink into the floor. So we're going to start here, and then we're going to switch over to UEFN. I forgot how to do this. I don't want to do that. I want to load a different map. Okay, there we go. Set portal. Wait. Change destination. Create new island. Okay, now we're just going to start with a starter island here. Something simple. A flat, grassy island surrounded by luscious beaches. I love that. I love that. That sounds wonderful. Oh, hi, everybody, by the way. I didn't say hi to anyone.
Not a single
Nobody.
like.
Hi,
What are you saving your
everybody.
likes for?
Thanks for being here,
What are
really.
you saving them for? You can't use them anywhere else. You can only use that one like
Yeah,
in this
thank you,
stream.
guys.
Just use it.
My chat wasn't open for a bit, so I'm delayed on who was first and all that. I'm sorry. But I see BZ Man as first. Probably wasn't. Hi, BZ. Hi, Grandpa Gamer. Hi, Matthew. Hi, Room. Hi, TIE Fighter. Hi, Zephin. Hi, Paris. Hi, Yuki Bear. Alright. Said my hellos. That's all you get. This is a 1v1. What should we name this island? Ultra Sweat 1v1. Ultra Sweat. Okay, this is Car Combat 1v1. Car Combat 1v1. Descriptive enough, right? Sure. It's a start. I don't know if that's how we're gonna roll with, but... Did they ever change Chapter 5, 6 terrain material to the UEFN editor? I don't know. You gotta make an island based off one of the large island templates in order for bunkers to work. Oh, you mean instead of XL? Is that what you're saying, Zephin? Like they have XL island? Like this'll work, right? I'm pretty sure this'll work. And then all we're gonna do here is get like just a little car spawner. These are settings. Oops. Devices. There's a search. Isn't there a search filter in this? Yeah. Car. And we'll just put one right here. And I'll put one right here, just so there's something here. Okay, and then we just exit and save. Island settings. Overview. Publish island. Okay, that creates a private code. Close. Okay. Now we open up UEFN. Oh. You guys want to see what I'm doing on my computer? You want me to share my screen, or? I thought it'd be better if you guys just listened. Like I'd try to absorb the information audibly, because that can help with learning. But if you guys want to see what I'm actually doing, that's fine too. We'll do that. I'll show you guys my screen. Whoops. All right, so we just created a really simple map inside of Fortnite, just using, you go down here to buy Epic, you go to creative right here, and then you just start this up. You create a little map using their little device portal thing. You guys are going to be upset if I don't show you. Fine, I'll show you. Oh, sorry. I was using my imagination of what you were doing, and somehow I was on an island drinking beer and fishing. Nice. You on a boat or just on the edge of the island? All right, so we created this, right? You go to this console, you can create a new island. I picked like a very basic template like this. I picked this one. Flat grassy island surrounded by luscious beaches. That's all. Zephin, are you telling me... Zephin, are you telling me this one's not gonna work? I think anything besides the flat grids. Okay, well, see, I've started islands that are not flat grids. Like I've done, I forgot which one. Maybe it was a flat grid. Shoot. Maybe I did start that as a flat grid and then just added terrain pieces to it. That's possible. Yeah. So like something like this, Grid Island, XL Grid, these are what you want to stay away from if you want bunkers to work and things to place properly. So I'm going to go with Shoreline Island, and it's probably because they actually have like terrain leveled out on the Z-axis so that it just kind of knows what's what. Okay. And all we did right here was just literally set 2 car devices right here. The way you do that is pulling out your little phone. I don't know how to do that without this. Okay, you go here. You go to island settings, content, and then you go to devices, and then you search for car or SUV. Boom. Cool. Okay, we have an SUV. Now we're going to save this island. I think it auto-saves, but I don't really know how it works in creative, to be honest. So I'm just going to publish because I know that'll save. Creates a private copy. Cool. That's all. That's all we did. Now we go over to UFN. Start up the Unreal Engine for Fortnite. You can use any island template and change anything in UFN, just even add landscaping. Yeah, that's what I typically do after learning my lesson from my 1v1 map. So now we skip this and we find our new map somewhere. Car combat train. That's not, there it is. Car combat 1v1. Okay, so can't have spaces. Car combat 1v1. Okay, cool. Convert. Oh, there's a space there. Okay. Car convert. You're making a new creative map? I am. Making a 1v1 car combat map should be very simple. Very simple. I should be able to get this done in 5 minutes. Tops. 4 hours later. I'm actually like horrible at estimating time. Any project that I say is going to take an hour is definitely going to take 2, possibly 3. My wife loves it about me. She's like, it's like her favorite trait of mine probably, is that I'm so good with estimating my time. I think I get it from my dad. My dad was really bad at estimating time as well. He'd always be like, yeah, we're going to do this thing. You can help me out. It's going to be like probably 2 hours. 5 hours later. Wait, it's 9 p.m. We're still working. Okay. I don't know. I think it's the optimist in me. That's what I'm going to chalk it up to. I'm just optimistic, okay? But this one should be easy. Okay, so let's think about what we need here. I think we just do like a gray box. No, we don't do gray box. We need like a what they call that, like a half circle, circle. I mean, I think gray box would have it. Anyone know what that would be called? Definitely not railings. Trims? Walls? It's gonna be a wall. That's what it is. Curved. Wall curved. Half of finding things in Fortnite is knowing how they are titled. Curved. We'll probably change these textures later, but look for something decent. That's not incredibly ugly. These ones are decent right here. Those have windows. We want something so clean. I can change the materials on these. It's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal, is it? Time blindness is an ADHD thing. Once in the flow, 5 hours feels like 10 minutes. Same here. I struggled my whole life with it. You could have inherited ADHD from dad, though. Yeah, that's probably true. How can I play a UFN map that I made with my friends without publicly publishing it? Oh, old Ben's got your answer. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not easy to play test these maps. You have to like go into the your UEFN creative portal on a browser and then add people, and they have to like accept it, and it's this like whole thing. It takes like verification. It's not as simple as like sharing a link or something. Just gonna go with a white wall because everything else is kind of bothering me. Just a white wall. Just a boring white wall. Okay, and then we're gonna make sure we have grid snapping on. And then we need to figure out like, we might have to use some mathematics here. Oof. Our scaling point toggle is going to be, yeah, and then we'll probably... Oh no, guys. If we have to use math, this is going to be a problem. Are these 15 degree? Oh no. This could be a real bad look for us. Oh! Oh, don't do that to me. I hate when it does this. Okay, so it's like... There we go. Okay. Yeah. Take this. Don't you do that. No, sir. Okay. All right. Fine. Sometimes things don't snap together so well. All right. We've got a circle. Look at that. Now we scale this puppy up. Oh, God, no. I should have realized that was... Okay. Whoa, Ray-Bans. Chill. Jeff! Thank you for the follow. That's probably too big. I wonder if... Yes, that's the problem, is if... Ooh, it likes that. Ooh, it likes that. Okay, and then I like to drop it. Doesn't like that. Okay, that's fine. What we need to do is actually turn grid snapping off. Cell snapping, maybe that's the issue. Yeah, it's cell snapping. They call it cell snapping now, not grid snapping. Fancy. Okay, what I like to do is drop a mannequin in here. Mannequin. Just to get a sense of the scale of this thing. Okay, so if we're like a little 1v1 here, got this guy here and this guy here. That's a decent amount of space to drive around, you know, make some moves. I think it needs to be one order of magnitude larger because you don't want to run into a wall that quick. Yeah, and then... Does anyone care about seeing the sky? It doesn't matter. We'll just drop this through the terrain. That's decent. That's pretty decent. I don't know why I'm centering this. It's not even accurate. The only way to accurately see if something's centered is to go top view. And then you have to do this. Yeah, it's decent. Cool. Back to perspective. And now we need to add some spawners. Devices. Player. Player teams. So now we have to decide if this is going to be a team game or just an FFA. Always easier to go FFA. And I think that's what we'll do. I don't think we have to define teams. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to define teams for this map. Don't think so. Don't think so. Okay. We're going to put this guy right on the edge of the spawn pad here. Flip this one over here, 180 degrees. Make everything fair, touching the edge right here. Don't want anyone having a slight advantage in distance to the car. It's got to be perfect. Boink. Good enough. Okay. Spawn settings. Oh, I forgot to do that. Player team any. Uses island start. Visible in game off. So we're going to select both of these guys so we don't have to do everything twice. Turn visible on game off. Maybe some hills, uneven ground. We'll get there, BZ. Okay, we'll get there. Because the teams you need to have classes set. Yeah. Yeah, and assignments to classes and spawn in. Yeah, so basically that's the reason we're not doing teams, is because when you do teams, you have to like start assigning different rules for each team, and also in the island settings, it's a little more complicated. There's stuff regarding teams that like you always kind of miss, and then you have to go back and fix it. So I think FFA works. It doesn't really matter if you spawn on driver's side or passenger side. I think it's actually probably good to mix it up if that happens. Then one person drives, the other person gets in the passenger, etc. We're going to the 4-seater right now, and then we'll probably make another scenario off to the side that is going to teleport players between each scenario, between a 2-seater and a 4-seater. And then all we have to do now is make sure these spawn settings are correct. Always enable it. Any player class. Play audio, nope. Display enemy range. Display enemy range. That's it. Visualize the enemy range checkpoint. Sphere low. Okay, this is just for debugging. Respawn alive players. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think I'm already doing this wrong. Because if I'm going to swap, if I'm going to make 2 instances of this, right? If I do a car spawner and an SUV spawner, then I think I need to do a teleporter system where I teleport people in here and here. And then it's a randomizer between this version and that version. If you do that, though, there's delays between rounds. There's other things that happen. So do we just make it 4-seaters and just keep it real simple? Or do we switch between car and SUV? What do you guys think? I think there's a pretty big difference between a car and an SUV fight in terms of seat swapping and tactics. And I think ultimately you want the variety between the car and the SUV. What I could do is use the same arena and make the car have a random chance of spawning. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll use the same arena. I'll change the car to swap every round. That's what we'll do. Yeah, you yiffing guys. Yeah, we're getting there. We're all on the same thought process. There we go. Visible during game. No. Fuel consumption doesn't matter. Radio enabled off. Enable spawn, respawn, true respawn time. Okay. So now we're gonna do a randomizer device. Fortnite devices, random number generator. Just gonna go outside of our little arena here. Okay, I forgot how to use these. Sometimes I forget how to use these. Value limit 1, value limit 2. I think that means a 50% chance. Winning value equal to or higher than the value, it wins. Oh. So maybe I do want to do like, yo. Maybe I do. I think we do like 8. I mean, sorry. 1 to 8, and then if it's higher than 4, equal to 4 or higher, should actually be 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 50% chance. Pick each number once. Once a number is chosen, don't no. Activating team any, roll time, instant. Reset after use, yes. Award score, no. Visible during game, sure. Play audio, just to make sure it works, sure. Activate on phase. Game start. Yeah. I hope there's not a delay on this. I feel like because I'm making such a simple island, I think that it'll not have a delay. But we'll also put a barrier in between the players that will drop to make sure they're not shooting each other, I think. Okay. Now we need to add triggers to this thing, but we also need to get the... I don't know why there's not like a visible trigger. Am I using the wrong item? There's supposed to be trigger spots that you can drop triggers into. Advanced. I'm missing something here. What am I missing, y'all? Oh, here it is. Zone direction. Forward. There we are. I mean, it doesn't matter. Sure. Forward. Okay, there it is. So now we've got... Okay, now I'm regretting choosing this. I'm overcomplicating things. Value limit. I think we just go back to 2 and 1. And winning value is 1. No, it's 2. I'm doing this wrong again. That's going to choose... It's going to keep rolling, re-rolling until it wins, right? Is that how it works? Oh my god. I always forget how to use these things because they're not that straightforward. I'm feeling like my value limit needs to be 1 and like... and 4, and then... Wait, it's literally the random number generator in the game? Yeah, kind of. It generates, like, these little spots right here are all numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if it's a win, then it activates whatever's in the square. And I'm going to put triggers like this into each square. Like that. And then it's going to basically send a signal to each one of these triggers when it wins, I think. Which, I don't want that. I want it to just... It doesn't have to win. It just needs to pick a value. Maybe... Can we set that to 0? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Probably. There shouldn't be a winning value. That's probably what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we just do this. Okay. Okay. I think that's proper. We'll find out. Okay, that's done. Now we need to assign. I shouldn't have hidden the spawner on this guy. Go over to the outliner and find my car spawner. SUV spawner.
We're not friends.
Let's turn on visible during game for now. So we can grab that easy. Okay. Now we have to actually turn this off. It needs to be disabled. Enabled? Enabled during phase, none. Okay, none. Enable respawn. Probably. Respawn vehicle when enabled. Do I want to do that? If it's the car blows up, there shouldn't be a car that respawns. Enable respawn. I think it's just gonna respawn every time I enable it, so I don't think we want to enable respawn though. Boost enabled, yes. Cool. How will you despawn the car SUV? I forgot how to do that. I'm about to do that right now. So now we're gonna go over here. We're gonna grab a car, sports car spawner. Okay, and we'll drop this in the exact same spot, which we've somehow changed the angle of. That's upsetting. Oh, I hate that. Am I snapping like, just go 5? See if I can find that angle. That's not perfect. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. That's not it. Somehow our snapping got messed up. This is one of the things I really hate about UFN. I don't think I use snapping when I place this, but the spawners are on snapping of 5 degrees, and they're lining up with this, so I think we're gravy. Just move on. We'll just do it like this, okay, and then we're just going to slide this guy out over here for now. All right, we need to copy all the settings from this one to this one. Ready enabled. Enable respawn, no. Respawn vehicle when enabled, yes. That's a big one. That's one we definitely need to have. Respawn, yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. Destroy vehicle when disabled, yes. Destroy vehicle when disabled, yes. Okay. Activating team any. Boost enabled, sure. Tire selection, road tires. Vehicle health should be 800 on this, and should be 1,000 on the. Well, that's 2,000. What? Should be 1,000 on the SUV, right? Max explosion delay. Oh, I hate how these are different than normal. Explosion damage to players should be 75, I think. Pretty sure 75 is normal. Environment, that doesn't matter, but we're just going to say 0 because I don't want it to blow up anything. Like the walls. Okay, so player damage does 75, which I think is the same as BR. Destroy when stuck underwater, sure. Water destruction timer, it's never going underwater. Okay, I think we're good. I think we've copied everything the same. The only way to really test that in my is to look at this and see if things shift. Color and style. Oh, okay. I think we got everything covered. They're adding Star Wars to UFN soon. Like, why do they always add the stuff after the season ends, man? It's so frustrating. Like the Grim Gatewater was something that I wanted in my map so badly in Chapter 5. And then the very end of Chapter 5, like literally like 3 days before Chapter 5 ends, they're like, we've added the Grim Gatewater to UFN. Sweet. Awesome. I mean, I'm still happy to have it, but like, why does it take so long? I just want to know the answer to that. Cali Mendoza, thank you for the follow. I hate the snapping issues this game has. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Player dies, despawn. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. So we could do that, yeah. So now we go into the spawn settings over here. Okay, so now we're on the cars, and we go to. Oh, there should be disable options. Here we go. Enable, disable. Okay, so we're gonna destroy the vehicle on player death. When it destroys, it doesn't mean it blows up, right? Spawn. on player spawner. On, oh, wait. That's not a way to track the player. On, that's not it. I thought that you could actually track the person's death through these spawners too. Can't do that? Thought that was a thing. You could track people's lives and deaths through the spawn points. Do I have to go through a... Huh. Wasn't that a thing? Am I crazy? Yeah, what's up with that? Maybe I'm confused now because that should be a thing, dude. It should be on, maybe it's only for team spawners? That's fine. We'll just do rounds because we'll do rounds to reset the thing anyways. Round device. So round settings. Okay, we'll add a round setting device. Okay, and then on round end, ends the round. Can you end the round when a player dies? Player spawner. Does this work? No. That's not a way to track players. Am I using the wrong device? I'm like actually player. I shouldn't have to use a tracker to keep track of someone's deaths. What's up, Reaver? I think there's an elimination manager devicer. Yeah, that's probably the one I need to use. But normally, you should be able to track a player's entire life through their spawn. But I think that's maybe it's only in team modes, or maybe something had to be set with, like, this has to be a team index. Yeah, I think that it's probably just not allowing me to do that because I haven't assigned teams, which is fine. We will figure this out a different way. What was I doing? I am making these cars spawn and despawn at the end of each round. Player elimination device. That's a good point. Elimination manager. Okay, we'll add one of these as well. And we'll just say select a team any, select a class any. Then on eliminated, yeah, this will work. So on eliminated, we're going to trigger this guy. On eliminated, we disable. Wait. Elimination manager. Okay, so anytime anyone's eliminated, we disable this. That seems reasonable. Yeah. Disable. Elimination manager. Anyone eliminated, we disable that. Okay, cool. Then, so now at the end of each round, technically, if we're making a round-based thing, anyone dies, these things get disabled, these spawners. That's good. That covers that. Now we need to spawn them randomly each round. And in order to do that, we're going to use these triggers, and this thing is going to run at the beginning of each round. The way that that happens is... I think game start. Activate on phase, game start. Yeah. Pretty sure. Okay. So this is going to roll and pick one of these number between 1 and 2, and this is 1, this is 1, and this is 2. And if it picks either of these are going to get activated. This one is going to be, we're just going to rename this, which I have a hard time with sometimes because you have to actually rename it here, I think. Edit, rename. This is going to be SUV trigger. Okay, and this is going to be rename car trigger. Okay. So SUV is going to get attached to the SUV. And when this is triggered, we are going to spawn and to enable SUV spawner. Whoa. Okay, we actually have that backwards. Sometimes that'll happen. Trigger. We have this backwards. This needs to be spawned. Enable on trigger SUV trigger. Yes. On triggered. Okay. So when the SUV trigger is triggered, this will be enabled. And on enabled, it should spawn in. Do the same thing over here. Enable car, sports car spawner. I just did it again. Did it backwards. Did I really just do that again? Wait, enable. Trigger. Car trigger. On triggered. Okay. I don't know how I messed that up, but I did something wrong. SUV trigger. Car trigger. Okay, they're both being disabled on elimination. Getting closer. Okay, and now we need to make a class device. Did we hook these triggers up? So these triggers are being... Oh, we need to actually test the trigger or make sure the trigger settings are correct. Didn't do that yet. Visible in game, sure. Enabled on game start, yes. Triggered by player. Sure. Triggered by sequencers, that's important, yes. Activate on game phase. Game start. These always need to be activated. Wait, activate? No, don't do that. Activate means trigger it. We're not going to do that. Trigger delay, 0. Reset delay, 0. Trigger visual effects, sure. Actually, we don't need visual effects. Anything to reduce lag. Receive damage when visible. Delay. Okay, I think we're good. I think the triggers are okay. This is very simple. It's very simple. Class manager now. We're going to go to a class designer. Okay. Now we have a class designer, and then we need a... I don't think we even need a class selector because you're just going to be one class this whole time. And all we're going to do is add a loadout. So this is class identifier, class slot 1, class name, doesn't matter. Anything that's grayed out is just going to be default. We need to make it 0 build, so it needs to have overshield. But I think we can set that in our island so we don't have to mess with that stuff. You'll see what I'm saying later. You can set that in the island settings. Allow shield recharge, health recharge. Yeah. Just not going to touch that for now. The only thing I want to mess with here... this is actually... I just need to add items. Where are the items? Here we are. Item list. Okay, first item is going to be a shotgun. Of what sort? I think I'm going to try to make this as like timeless as possible so I don't have to update it. I mean, if people are... all we need is a shotgun that shoots fast, hits hard, pulls out quick. Do we go hammer pump? Nah. I think we go... Sentinel could be pretty good. Hits really hard, though. I'd like to have something that doesn't hit super hard. Do we just go with the OG pump? I mean, the thing is, you don't really use cars in an OG pump situation. Combat shoddy it doesn't hit hard enough to make it like realistic, though. You know, not many people use like a combat shotgun. It would make the fights last longer, which is kind of interesting. But it wouldn't feel as like realistic to a real game, because like if you make a mistake in a real game and you get hit by a pump shot, you're usually getting hit for over 150. You know, gatekeeper. Don't say that word out loud. We don't use that word around here. Gatekeeper. I think we go Sentinel. We'll go Sentinel. We'll just like do a green Sentinel. Blue, because that'll bother people if it's green. So it'll be blue.
We're not friends.
And then we do an AR with a scope. Hollow AR, I feel like, is great. It's decent hip fire. Everyone's familiar with it. Hollow Twister Assault Rifle, also level 3, which is rare. If you ever wonder how to make that distinction, at the very end of this like long string of text, you can see an R. It's the only way to tell, and that says rare. And rare is level 3. You just have to like know this stuff. If you type in Sentinel and you switch this to 2, 2 means uncommon. And then you click on that, and then it says UC, which is uncommon, if you're wondering. So they're not great at defining things or like making it very obvious as to what you're using, but rare, and there's ultra rare, and there's like super rare, I think. I don't know. They use different like titles than the actual in-game. Like they don't use legendary and epic or whatever. I don't think. Wait, what is level 4? Level 4 should be a purple item, and that is very rare. VR, yeah. So VR, I assume, is very rare. Okay, so no, just some fun facts for anyone that's a nerd and cares about this stuff, which no one does. Shotgun and AR. That's it. That's all we're doing here. Bubble? Bubble shield? No. We'll put a bubble shield spawn on the ground. That could be interesting. Put like one bubble shield somewhere around here. Maybe we'll make items randomly spawn each match. That could be kind of interesting. No? Oh. The rarest. Yeah. Alright. So now our friends are spawning in. Not yet, but they will be spawning in with a shotgun and an AR. Do we set the ammo amounts for these? Infinite reserve ammo is on. Infinite magazine ammo is off. You actually have to check that and then leave it off. So yeah, I think that'll make it work. I probably should set this in the... Actually, not going to mess with any of this stuff. Turn all off. We're going to do everything. We're going to control everything, the settings of the island. So now that's where we're going to go. We click on it, we type in settings here, and we go to island settings. This is a free-for-all with a max player of 2. Team size is dynamic. Yeah, I mean, if it's a free-for-all, I'm just going to leave it as dynamic. Total rounds, we're going to go... The rounds are going to be quick on this. We're going to go to 20. Let's say 20 for now. Seems reasonable. It's not like it's going to be these long, drawn-out things. Actually, 25 sounds even more reasonable to me. Because you're spawning right there and just fighting. They can end as quick as 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Minimum players, 1 overtime player target.
Party choice for the island matchmaking. Oh, you guys don't have my camera's not working. Hold up. Hold up. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Yeah. That's better. Wish I looked like this all the time.
I'd have 1 million subscribers if I looked like that. Total rounds, 25. Minimum players. UI team colors. Default class identifier. Class slot 1. Revert to default class. No. End of game? Sure. Yeah, end of game. Not end of round. Indefinite. Section 8. That's actually kind of a funny promo, but yeah. No. Never skip jaw day. What do they call that? There's like people that like exercise their jaw. They like bite on like chewy things to get their jaw muscles. Here's the secret, y'all. Just eat a large amount of beef jerky every day, like really dry beef jerky. Costco XL pack, you know, the family pack. It's called mewing. There you go. Yeah, they just had to give it a weird name too, mewing, because it is incredibly weird. Mewing. What? Why? Mew. Why is it called mewing, dude? This is weird. Okay, respawn time. 1 second. That's the shortest amount of respawn time you can give somebody, I think. I know I should not have my... Here, 1 second. Stream. Stream. There we go. Now you can see these settings better. Okay. Game start, cool. Game start countdown. Sure, 3 seconds is fine. Force start delay. Force start at max players, yes. Wait, game start countdown. Where's the thing where like we wait for people to spawn in? Q main duration. Determines how long the main phase for matchmaking will last. Determines how long the queue's overtime phase for matchmaking will last. I don't know. I don't know about that. I feel like this should be a minute. 60 seconds. Anyone know the answer to that? Jazzercise. Don't mention the mewing man, please. Do I need to look up mewing, or am I like... That's just going to send me down a dark path. Minimum players. Minimum required players. I want to make this 2, but at the same time, queue will be canceled if it has not reached as many players. Only applies to public matches. Perfect. Okay, so 2. So you have to find a game. And then I think queue main duration 60 seconds is fine. Maybe this should be like 5 and this should be 60. I think overtime means that it's like still searching. Anyone know on that? I think the overtime means like if you find a player, then it's going to take this time to actually start the match. So like player found, 5 seconds. Player still not found, it's going to go up to 60 seconds before it cancels matchmaking. I think. We'll find out. We'll find out. All right, now we're into eliminations. spawning, you were using the spawn pads. Why is auto start grayed out? Oh, on public servers, this setting will start the game after a 90-second countdown. Okay. Game start countdown. Force start at max players. Yes. 5-second delay. Okay. I don't know. I think that's all okay. We'll find out. 5 minutes equals 58 minutes so far. Yeah. We're right on time. Right on time. Respawn type. Individual. Yes. Random spawn pads is fine. Respawn time as quick as possible. Only allow respawn if spawn pads are found. I'm going to say true on that because I don't want people spawning in the sky. And then we might have to like make some adjustments there because I think you should be able to just find a spawn pad though. I don't think that should be a problem. Join in progress. Spawn on next round. Sure. No, just spawn. It's only 2 people in there. Post game spawn location. Island start. Yeah, that'll be just after last spawn. Go to. Okay, that's fine. We're not gonna have a last spawn. Eliminations. Health granted on elimination. None of this stuff is gonna happen. Allow manual respawning. Sure. Player elimination. Yes. Audio. Scoring. Vehicle trick score multiplier. No. Time alive at start point. Yeah. Show individual scores. I don't. Yeah, I guess it's a FFA. Elimination score 1. Voice chat scope. All. Proximity chat? Nah. Keep spectators in team chat. Sure. I mean, you're not gonna be able to spectate really. Text chat. All. Bubble chat? What is that? Echoed in the game world. Does that mean like it's AI, like an audio? Or does that just mean like it's just something that pops up on your screen? I don't know. Spectating. Allow spectating other teams? Sure, there shouldn't be a spectate situation here. I mean, unless you join a lobby and then the game runs. I mean, we'd love to be able to spectate, but allow spectating other teams allowed. Respond spectate behavior. Spectate, yeah. Sorry, this is the really boring part. Last standing ends game. No. All teams will finish. End game on match point. Win. End condition. I feel like that's the right one. I think it's just this though. Victory condition. Fastest time wins. Game win condition. Most round wins. Yeah. Do like a 7-second game winner display. Actually, 3 is good. No, that's not the scoreboard. Game end call out. Victory sound. Default is fine. Custom default. You suck. I always want to put that there. Don't do that. Custom defeat call out. Post game type. Classic. Yeah. Okay. Let's get into the stuff that matters. Time limit. 5 minutes. If you guys can't eliminate each other in 5 minutes, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Timer direction countdown. Eliminations to end. Here we go. This is the rounds. 1 elimination to end the round. That's pretty simple. Stat value to end. Okay. Stat to end, score. Should be eliminations, right? But that's redundant because it's eliminations to end. I don't think it'd have to do stat to end. Yeah, it's redundant. I don't know, man. Victory animation, slow motion on end of round. Yeah. Is that satisfying, the slow motion? I feel like it's kind of satisfying. Keep dropped items between rounds. Nope. Alright. Victory condition. Round win condition. Eliminations. Victory condition. Victory condition. I feel like this is redundant again. Round end condition. Eliminations end 1. Victory condition. Round win condition. Eliminations. Should I have that unchecked? I'm enjoying this UFN session. You guys are pretty much watching me look at a stupid text box. I'm sorry, but that's just yeah, this is a 1v1 map. We're doing a vehicle combat over on some island over here. Little vehicle 1v1, very simple, but basically you just spawn in and it'll be randomized between a car and a SUV. You have a pump shotgun and an AR, and you just fight it to the death. And then one person dies, you respawn, possibly a car, possibly SUV, and you just do that 25 rounds, or first to 25. No, I think it's 25 total rounds. I need to look at that, actually. Is it rounds to win? Wait, oh. Total rounds, 25. Oh, I got lost. Okay. Round win condition. I feel like this is confusing me because I hate how, like, there's so many things that are like end condition of the round, victory condition of the round. Okay, well, this will end the round. Victory condition of the round. I don't know, dude. Victory condition. Round win is eliminations. Yeah. How do you say it just be 1? Yeah, it's just supposed to be 1. So with 5-minute rounds at 25 rounds, that means it'll take 2 hours to win. Am I not mathing correctly? No, it ends the round as soon as someone dies. You just have 5 minutes to eliminate each other if you guys are really that bad at car combat or that good at car combat. I mean, it might be that, like, I want to give people 5 minutes because there might be, like, training sessions that we use this map for training sessions, and we can talk through things at least for, like, 5 minutes before the end just rounds. The round ends itself. Hide black bling, no. Enable jam, whatever. Allow aim assist, no. That's a funny one. Anyone ever think about turning that off on their map? Dude, I hate this map, and I don't know why. By the way, guys, I did that in my FFA map. No wonder I always win. Just kidding. I didn't. Would be pretty funny, though. All right. Locomotion preset. Just current BR, bro. Don't do any of that fancy stuff. Gravity is normal. Allow wall kick? That isn't in the current BR, though. Come on. Okay, maybe that's why it's set to custom. Locomotion. Okay, well, I guess the thing is, I want to turn off wall kicking because it's not a thing. You shouldn't be able to wall kick off this car. But when you turn on current BR, wall kicking is enabled. I believe. I don't know. We're just going to do current BR so we don't have to mess with things. If wall kicks are in there, we'll see. Invincibility, yeah. Max health, 100. Yes. Health recharge, no. Starting shield percentage, 100. 100% shields, and then you're going to have 100, and then you're going to have an overshield, which is 6.5 seconds to recharge. Yep. Your overshield is going to be 50. Wait, what am I looking at? Max shields. Allow shield recharge. No. I was thinking that was overshield. Shield should not recharge. Allow overshield, yes. 50, 6.5 seconds. Recharge rate of 1. Yeah. Self-damage on hit. Okay, all this stuff is allow item pickup. I think this stuff doesn't really matter. Build mode. Allow building. None. Inventory. Infinite consumables. No. Max building resources. We'll just do 1 in case something goes wrong. Infinite building resources. No. Infinite gold. Infinite reserve ammo is on. Infinite magazine is off. Allow item drop. Yes. Pickaxe damage is just going to be standard. Start with a pickaxe, yes. Disable harvest slot, yes. I think that's disabled, right? Weapon destruction, 100%. Pickaxe destruction, default. Environmental damage. Enable fire. I mean, no, we're going to turn that off because I don't want fire to like catch on the grass in between rounds and somehow still be enabled. So we're just going to turn that off. Impulse on hit determines whether weapons hits generate an impulse on physical objects. Sure. All right. Vehicles. Vehicle impact damage objects. True. Enable vehicle cosmetics. Yes. Harvest style. I don't know. We'll do battle royale. Harvest multiplier 0. Time of day default. Whatever. We'll just get to that later. Physics HUD. We don't need our map on this thing. Show top center HUD score. This is always wrong, I feel like, but we'll do it. Max trackers on HUD 1. Show resource feed on eliminations. Island code display. Show elimination feed. Yes. Wood, no. Stone, no. Metal, no. Gold, no. Show party eliminations. Sure. Only shows known plays. Sure, just for teammates, that's not going to be a thing. Map, screen, display. Map screen chooses whether to display the game scoreboard or the overview map. Okay, yeah, so we need scoreboard. Display overview map. No. Scoreboard. Game score. Display time. Do 10 seconds on this. Display scoreboard. Include players who left the game. Scoreboard. Sure. No, actually, we won't do that. Doesn't matter. Show health and shield. Actually, yeah, we will do that because somebody quits out. Probably want to still be able to see what the score was. Enable pickaxe. It's edit mode. All right, I think we're through it. I think we're through all the settings. Now, we need to test this thing. I have no idea if this is going to work, right? We needed to make the round. This is starting on each round, I think. It's set to game start. There's no option for round start, so I think they consider game start the start of a round. So every single time that the round starts, this should activate. I'm also going to make it so that maybe I need like to add an AI over here. What am I doing? A guard spawner. Put a sentry over here. And turn his range to nothing. Sentry health 100, fine. I don't want him to shoot at me. Accurate, whatever. Advanced sentry shield. I don't care about any of this stuff. Use line of sight. I just want him to count at
Elimination. Award elimination, yes. Board elimination! Friendly team none! Spawning game start, yes! Score on elimination 1. Time to alert? Oh, this guy takes forever to alert. Never gonna alert. Time to cool down?
show alert icon. I don't care. Okay. I think he's gonna respawn each round. I hope. This is a way for me to test each round. I can eliminate this guy, and I think it's going to end the round. Let's launch the session. It's probably not going to work. We'll find out. You can also spawn real player AIs for debugging. Yeah, like the guard spawners, you mean? What do you mean, real player AIs? Ooh. Type of map are we making? We're making a 1v1 car combat map. All right. What's up, Thad? Sorry, I missed you guys. I've just been like looking at all this text. It's not the fun part of building maps. This is also not the fun part of building maps, is like the launching, testing every single change takes forever. In UAFN, it takes forever. Hey, Pat G gifted a membership to Thad. Let's go. Thank you so much, Pat. Appreciate you. Why was there not a alert for that? Uh-oh. Is that because... Oh, wait. I think my alert box is not in game only. Sorry. Pat, appreciate you. Sorry that there was no alert for that. It's the only time you'll see me using a keyboard, y'all. Stuck in an auto run state. Okay, cool. So now we start game. That'll open Fortnite. We're in a windowed experience. Weird. Okay. That's actually working, although it doesn't look like it is. This car spawned, so that's good. Car has 800 HP. I've got an AR and a shotgun. What happens when this car blows up? Cool. That's proper. Now we shoot him in the head a couple times. Ooh, the round didn't end. Okay, so I have something wrong there. What happens if I respawn? Oh, that should clean up. Okay, so I'll have to add that. A little clean up. It shouldn't be dropping. Okay. So now we go to island settings once more, and we go to drop. Eliminated player items. Just keep. Yeah. Determines what happens to the player's items when they are eliminated. Drop. Items are dropped on the ground. Keep. Items are retained. Delete. Items are removed from the game. I think it's supposed to be delete because each round they should be spawning. I don't know. We'll, just go with delete. Keep dropped items between rounds. Oh. No. Okay. So yeah, that's good. Okay. I think that's fine. This guy right here needs to be an elimination, so then we need to go to we're in our settings right now. We found eliminations. Elimination. Eliminations to end. 1. Causes the round to end when a player or team has achieved the specified number of eliminations. 1. Okay. Well. Oh, this might be score. That's what's going on here. This guy doesn't count as elimination. I think he counts as a score. Score on elimination. Award elimination. Determines whether the player is awarded an AI elimination. AI elimination. That's the trick there. Surface level, that looks like it's going to be an elimination, but it's an AI elimination. It's not the same. Not treated the same in the island settings. So now we need to go back to round. Let's just scroll down. We want to see all the settings here. Scroll down to round settings. Where are the rounds? Game start, matchmaking structure. Round. Eliminations to end. 1, yeah. AI eliminations to end. That'll work. Sure. That'll work. Alright. Push changes.
We're my friends.
Dog Bro Gaming! Thank you for the follow. Does anyone know what this app is called? What app? This? UAFN for Fortnite? It's in the Epic Store. If you have a PC, you can do this. Open the Epic Games Store. Unreal Engine. You can get Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which I think just comes with Fortnite. If you have Fortnite on PC, I think you have the Unreal Editor installed. If not, you would probably just search for Unreal Fortnite or something like that. Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Yeah. All right. Save selected. Shouldn't take long because that was just a score change, or I mean, a island settings change. As long as you don't move too much, you load pretty quick if you're not moving physical objects. So, Beezy Man, you're talking about AI verse stuff? Is it AI map making completely, or is it just verse? I literally haven't gotten into AI. I haven't gotten into verse at all. If you test out the new AI verse map buildings. Map buildings. What does that mean? It's like HelloFresh, but for a UEFN. What? What does that mean? It's like HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a meal delivery service, sir. To your doorstep. Pre-selected meals that you choose online. How is that like AI verse? Jeep didn't spawn? It shouldn't have. That's good that it didn't spawn. You just want one vehicle to spawn. It's either the Jeep or the car, and it's randomized. So that was working, I think. But we need to be able to eliminate this bot to be able to tell if it's going to switch randomly. Sent you a screenshot of it. So you're telling me that Verse is basically just taking ChatGPT and put it into UEFN? Like Epic Games has just taken like ChatGPT or like any AI coding stuff, and they've just put it right into the Verse like UI, so you can just like. That's crazy. Write a verse code to build a reload map with storms 6 onwards. Have crazy stuff happening in the game, like map land shifting, bombs dropping from the sky, anti-gravity, jailbreak, all players reboot. Okay. Is this actually built into UEFN? That's crazy. And then it tells you how to do it. So create verse device, name it Crazy Storm Controller. So you have to actually do this part. Create the verse device. So you have to create this. You have to name it. And then but it tells you pretty much exactly what to put in there. Then you have to copy the code, put it in there. Build your verse code. Place devices in your level. Okay. So then it tells you what to say. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Dude, this could be game changing. But it's using ChatGPT, right? It's not like Epic's AI. It's actually using like a different model that's not actually written by Epic Games, right? So this stuff doesn't actually work all the time. It could be very buggy. I'm assuming ChatGPT 4.1 I've read. Okay, well, if it's ChatGPT, then it shouldn't be like perfect, right? I haven't tested it out yet. I'm assuming if it's an external AI, it's probably pretty dang good, but there's probably going to be like issues, you know. But that is really cool. Definitely fun to play with. All right, start the round, start the game. Here we go. Cool. One car in. Round ends, slow motion, cool. car spawner just spawned again. 13 seconds. Okay. Okay. 15-second round. Need to change the round time between rounds. Where's that? Jeez. Is that like between? Is that a word? Between rounds? Time. Post-game round. Post-round. Okay, round score display time should literally be like 1 second. There we go. Round winner display time should be like 1 second too. Like, we don't care about any of that. Actually, we should just make that 0. I should make that like 0.5. Can you do 0.5? We want no more than 1.5 seconds wasted. And this should be 0.5 if possible. I don't know if they'll actually take not round or whole integers. All right, so Whiplash again. We want to see an SUV. If you play with a friend, does the bot go away? I'm going to delete the bot. He's just for testing. 10 seconds. This is painful. Yeah, I wonder how beginners would know how and what to debug if the AI does some bad coding or if they'll add some safeties to it. Yeah, I'm like, that's the thing for me is like, dude, to add that to like a map, if you had verse code already, it could be like really screw with your stuff. So far, 3 for 3 on the Whiplash spawn. Not loving that. Something might be happening here. Or I could just be getting lucky. Rolling ones over and over. What's up, Arctic Kuma? Good to see you. Been a while. Okay, so I don't think it's working. The car spawning. I'd recommend using the debugging feature of real player AIs instead of this. Eliminations aren't showing properly, but that's AI eliminations, that's why. This is all I need is just to end the round. That's why I'm using this AI. I'm not trying to like, not really debugging score or anything right now. I'm just trying to get these car spawners working properly. I don't think they are because now it's like 5 for 5 Whiplashes. So we go back to the drawing table here. And we need to mess with this guy over here. Figure out why this is triggering the SUV. This is the SUV trigger, and it's not being triggered. It's only the car. So we're going to go over here. Value limit 1. The minimum or maximum number the device can roll. Minimum or maximum number that the device can roll. I think I always get this wrong. There's some very weird thing about random number generators that like doesn't make sense, and this is always the thing that I'm like, wait, huh? Pick each number once. Value limit 1. Value limit 2. So 1 or 2. Reset after use, true. Reset delay, award score, no. Some direction forward. Just make sure these are in the box too. Oh. It's possible that those were actually in the volume. Possible. But why would the Whiplash be spawning every time? The Whiplash shouldn't be spawning every time then. Visible during game. Enable respawn. false. Okay. Enable during phase. Oh. Did we mess that up? Enable during phase. Yeah, that's why. Okay, enable during phase. None. Because we don't want the game phase to determine the enabling of these items. We only want the triggers. We enable it when the trigger is triggered. SUV trigger is triggered and the whiplash trigger is triggered.
My name is Steven and I am calling on
Disable.
behalf of the American V-Bucks Bank. I wanted to see if you were interested in receiving 10 free Fortnite skins or 100,000 V-Bucks. All you need to do is provide your full name, Epic ID, and social security information so that we can verify your account.
Okay, and then we go over here and then we do this. I think this might be, maybe, this is what we're doing wrong. We need to activate it. We're enabling it, but we're not activating it. We're activating on game start, and I don't know if that's round start, so we're going to activate on round. So we have a round settings device on round start. Let's try that. Maybe that's the issue. Probably not. I still feel like something's wrong right here. Oh, no worries, Arctic Kuma. I totally get it. Good to see you, though. All right. Take a little bit of time to test this. Let's just make sure. Let's just pull this up while we wait. Go to YouTube. Search for does this work? Round begins. That should not be a thing either. It should just start. Okay, and that's not spawning the things. Okay, yeah, so this is not working. We need to figure that out. We'll get it. And then this should take like... I think the round begin time should be like 1 second. These aren't working. Okay. Yeah, we're just not doing it right. And I have a very good feeling... 1 year ago.
Hello, everyone. But
now let's start the tutorial. Okay.
how random I can make this. I'm going to use 6 devices. How to trigger.
I don't want 6 devices, bro. I just want, just really
Now
want.
that every
That's not even UEFN. 2 random options, perfect.
These just settings.
So here we go. Value limit needs to be 2. Value limit 2 needs to be 2. How come he doesn't have a value limit? Okay.
This is the 2 options. So here, copy these settings.
Bro just changed it to value limit 1 needs to be 2. Look how quick he does this. Am I tripping? Value limit 1? Oh.
Copy these settings.
Okay, well you're not showing us. Okay. You're not showing us all of them. The settings.
Decide how many values this thing can roll.
Winning value needs to be 2.
If it were to roll 2, it would win. If it would roll 2-1, it would lose. This is optional, but I do recommend it if you don't want the number getting picked over and over again.
It's not it, dude. Look at that. Wait, how to spawn a red? This is it. This is
What's
it.
up? I'm gonna be showing you how to make.
Just always a kid. All right.
How to use the red.
It's never UEFN. Just, I mean, it shouldn't matter, but like, it's not called a random number device. That's the real issue. Or random number generator. Okay, it is. This guy's in UEFN. Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Why wouldn't I just go with the top result? You know? Duh.
You can generate output through channels, or you can use.
Get to the UEFN part, yeah? Alright, we're not doing that. Okay, I just don't have the time for this, bro. You know?
Through channels, or you can use the zone function with that button. You can music, otherwise you won't get any outputs. Starting in, we have the value limits. These are the most important numbers in the whole thing. You can think of them as a dice. Whatever you set them to determines the size your dice is going to have.
That makes sense.
The winning value is only important if you want to set an output to the on-win or on-lose setting. The result multiplier.
He set his to 4, but the limits are 1 and 3, so maybe I should set mine to 4. Put a free V-Bucks generator in the map, yeah. I used to use RNG devices all the time. I check my maps. I know, I do too. I just need to I probably should just open up one of my maps and just look at it because it would quickly resolve this. Result multiplier. Roll time. Yeah, so.
Or on lose setting. The result multiplier, the award score, score type, and score value are all working together. These are only important if you want to use a score system in your for pretty self-explanatory start creating as with the menus only for the nature. Can and on lose as already.
Alright, we're just gonna end this game. What did I change? All I changed was the winning value to 4, which I still don't think is gonna be the pick each number once. Yes. Try that. Pick each number once. That way it should flip every other round. Should. I just know that there's something with these values that is like confusing. I've done this before and I'm like, every time it's like, wait, that makes no sense, but okay. Roll time, 0 seconds. Is this thing being activated? Activate on phase, game start. Did we also connect it to activate on the round? Have we tested that yet? Okay, let's run this. Should now only have like a. Okay. I don't like this wait time between rounds, but that's fine. Can we get outside this? Probably not. I made it just. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Nice, 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 nice. We're outside the matrix. There's a sun. The trees. Okay. That needs to be unbreakable. But let's just see if our triggers are working. Our magazine is good. Everything there is fine. Cool. All right. Now, if we step on these things, it should trigger. Ah. Ah. Well, there's your problem. Okay. It's a trigger issue. This SUV spawns. Derp! Enable is not the same as spawn. Wait. Enable the SUV spawner. We have a spawn issue. Okay, that's what it is. Enable respawn, dude. I think that's maybe the issue. Respawn vehicle when enabled. That might be it. That might be it. This is why I quit UEFN. Too many sweats. What does that mean? Too many sweats. Since when did they add a community leaderboard to chat and why am I top 3? YouTube just did that with live streaming. I don't know. It's a thing now. All YouTube streams have a community leaderboard for who is the most active in chat or who's donating the most or who's supporting the most, liking the stream, that kind of thing. You get XP basically for chatting, donating, liking. Too many sweats in this chat. They have to be enabled or they won't work. They are enabled. They enable at the beginning of the game. At the beginning of the round. At least it should be. Should be. Okay. Well, that's a start. So now they're just both triggering. It respawns. This would only take a minute, he said. It's only going to take a minute, he said. Enable during phase. None. Enable respawn. We need to destroy vehicle when disabled. And maybe... we're not disabling him. Derp. Derp. So, when the car is triggered, you need to disable... SUV spawner. Wait, I always get that wrong. It's the other way around. You have to go to the SUV spawner, and you have to disable it on... Wait, this is the SUV spawner needs to be disabled when the car spawner... Sports car spawner. I think we got the trigger untriggered. So you disable the SUV spawner when the car is triggered. You also destroy the vehicle, just for redundancy's sake, on the car trigger. Same goes with this one. We're gonna disable this when this is this car spawner. So when the SUV trigger is triggered, we are going to disable this. Also going to destroy it when the SUV trigger is triggered. Is that right? Disable the sports car when the SUV thing is triggered. Destroy the sports car when the SUV is triggered. SUV is going to be disabled when the car is triggered. And the SUV is going to be destroyed when the car is triggered. Try that. That might work. Wow, making a map is really complicated. Yeah. there's a reason not many people make maps effectively. It's a lot more complicated than you think. If you were actually like see behind the scenes of a lot of the maps, you'd be like, whoa. It's like you could make a map in like literally 5 hours. You could make a map visually that looks wonderful. Making it actually function correctly and not be buggy, that's your 1,000 hours right there. I mean, that's your least minimum like 100 hours, you know, of just like getting it to function properly the way you want it to. Because there's so many things that affect other things. I don't love that. I don't love that. Okay. What just happened? Oh no. And this is just game development in a nutshell for you. Especially when you're an intermediate game developer like myself over here. I mean, if you breathe this stuff, then you understand the language, and you're just like, okay, yeah, it's obviously this. But for me, I have to do a bunch of debugging. Okay, so this is being disabled. I don't love that. And then it's reading respawned, and that is probably because I have a respawn on this that is happening. It just says respawn, enable respawn. Respawn means that it's like after it dies, it respawns. Spawn is different than respawn, isn't it? I'm gonna untick this box, enable respawn. One thing at a time here. Playing soon? Yeah, once we finish this, you know, should be 5 minutes or so. Can't remember. Is there a setting to not spawn vehicle on enable? I think I had that set, and it was respawn vehicle when enabled. That's interesting because I have enable respawn off. These cars, man, they're actually like kind of tricky with the respawns here. It's not so simple. Okay, so that broke it. Enable respawn needs to be on. Okay, that's clear. And then select them both. We can't do that actually. Because they have different variables. Respawn time. Well, that's a solution. We could make the respawn time like 600 seconds. $300 seconds is the max you can go. I need to just think for a second because I'm not doing this right. Enabled respawn. I just ticked that off and it did not work at all. Wait, but we didn't actually properly debug that. Stop. We go back over here. Knowing how to debug is also half of map making, to be honest, is just figuring out how to test things properly. We have not tested these triggers properly. I should really set these triggers up to be in the same room as this. I don't know why I put them outside. Very much regretting where these triggers are placed. We're gonna change that. Let's just change that now before I forget. These triggers need to just be like in here. It's like this, and that, and then we just move it all over into here so we can actually see the thing when it's activating, etc. All right. And then we don't want to end the game yet. We're just going to keep... I'm going to stand in this and see if it activates one of these. That'll tell us if our trigger's working. Okay, the trigger's not working. Well, the trigger's working, the respawn's not working. So, because enabled respawn is off, that's not working. Okay, that's answered our question on that. That box needs to be ticked. We are one step closer to figuring this out. Can't select them both. This needs to have respawn enabled. Enable respawn is just something that needs to be checked, okay? It's also probably because I'm destroying it on game start. There's a lot of settings that are overlapping right now, which is like having me a little worried. It seems like it should be so much more simple. I'm definitely doing this wrong. Definitely doing this wrong. It's okay. We'll get there. Enable respawn. Respawn time. We have a really long respawn time now. Respawn vehicle when enabled. Yes. So when the device re-enables, it should respawn the vehicle. Only if needed, will not reset an existing... Oh. Respawn vehicle when enabled. Only if needed, will not reset an existing vehicle. I like that. I think that's a good setting. Respawn vehicle when enabled, only if needed. That sounds right. Are we changing too many things? Maybe. Can anyone build games for Fortnite? Do you have any software development experience? Yeah, I went to school for UE, for Unreal Engine. I basically did I did 3 years of game design development in school. So, anyone can do it. Yeah. You just watch a bunch of YouTube and like learn the hard way. And that's practically what my schooling was. It was a total, waste of money in my opinion. I spent way too much money on school for a degree. I graduated as valedictorian in my class, and then I still couldn't get a job because all of the jobs that were even like relatively like, I don't know. I don't live in a city, so I'd have to drive like 3 hours to any of these developers, or I'd have to move. And the pay for the jobs was like $12 an hour, and you're like debugging like the most brainless, boring like mobile games that you could ever imagine, like casino games sort of thing. It was like, I'm not doing that, dude. And so I went to school for game design, and then I changed. I decided that I want to make my own games and market them, and I need to know how to market. So then I started learning marketing. Started working for a marketing company and doing all this other stuff, and then eventually started just playing video games and marketing myself, I guess, through YouTube. I mean, educating people on how to play video games, because I just like, once I learned how to market, then I was on my merry way to being able to actually do something that I could market. I don't know. My brain's not functioning right now. I'm trying to think of things in the background, but yeah, it's hard to build games. It's not as simple as like, oh, let me just load up the old thing and just start dragging things around, and it's just a reason that there's like, otherwise if it was like fairly easy, if it was like you can learn how to make games in like 10 hours, and there's like certain things you can do, but like when it comes down to like just like something as simple as spawning a car randomly, you're gonna run into this where you're like, there's so many options, bro. What? And my game design experience actually doesn't even help me here. I just know how to use the editor fairly well because it's very similar to the Unreal Engine. I learned in Unreal Engine 3. Now this is Unreal Engine 5? I think we're in 5 now. So it didn't help that much, but I am like comfortable with like understanding parameter stuff with disabled. Okay. Enabled. That's okay. Okay, so there's a delay on the disable on game start, so that's a no-go. We can't destroy the car and then respawn it. I wish I had this labeled, which one this was. I think that's a 300-second timer. What? That's not spawning the SUV. The whiplash works fine. Okay, so I have something wrong with the SUV trigger. take a look at that. My gosh. This kind of turned out to be a nightmare. I think I have too many things going on here. I think I need to... we're disabling the SUV spawner. And we're enabling it. That thing's triggered. Does our trigger... Are we allowed to have unlimited triggers? Or is it limited? Is this unlimited? How many times this can be triggered? Sounded like it was triggering. Times can trigger. Okay, it's unlimited, yeah. Activate on game phase. Activate. Oh, we're not activating. Activate on game phase. Activate means to like trigger it, I'm pretty sure. So we don't really want to do that because this is quote unquote activating each round. Pick each number once. I should really just go and just copy my settings for my other map. We're gonna get this. Okay, so the SUV is not spawning at all. And that's why we need to look at the SUV trigger. This is the SUV trigger. Just gonna put a little billboard here. Billboard. And it's going to say SUV trigger. Turn this thing 90 degrees. Whatever. Just for playtesting purposes, this is the SUV trigger. Okay. Can't deselect this billboard. This is way too high. Okay, that should help a little bit. And now we need to look at this SUV trigger. Actually gonna take these billboards and put them underneath this because it's gonna be annoying selecting this. Oh, it's actually working fine. Okay. SUV trigger. Am I not enabling this? Just enabling. Old Man Grady, thank you for the follow. Untriggered, enable the SUV spawner, disable the sports car spawner, destroy the sports car spawner. How is that different than what this one's doing? Untriggered, disable SUV. Destroy the SUV, enable the sports car spawner. Enable the SUV spawner, okay. This is definitely SUV spawner 0, right? Yeah. Okay, so something's wrong with the spawning settings of this, maybe. The trigger is definitely triggering. You can hear it. It should be enabling. And then when you enable, or when you trigger this thing, on triggered, should send a signal to the SUV spawner. Tazuna GG, thank you for the follow. Hi, Gaming with Cameron. Is Unreal Engine the requirement game engine for building maps in Fortnite? How about if I build my own game engine and use it to create maps, games for Fortnite? Build your own game engine? What? What? Build your own game engine. Do you have 1 billion hours? yeah, you don't want to build your own game engine, but if you're saying build a game in a different engine, I mean, building a game engine is not it's not simple work. That's crazy. Then you're dealing with physics and all kinds of collision and all kinds of whoa, that's some serious coding. But yeah, Fortnite is based off of UEFN, so you're best you learning UEFN if you're on PC. Otherwise, you can just, if you want to make things really simple, you can go into Fortnite like this, and I can actually edit in here if I end the game. Everyone can edit inside of Fortnite, which is definitely a little easier to understand, and we might actually go over here and see if it's more simple. See if there's anything stupid that we're seeing, because things get pretty simple once you're actually in game. Respawn vehicle when enabled, only if needed. That's a setting we changed recently. Destroy vehicle when disabled. Both of those things the same. Second tab. Respawn time instant. Respawn time 300 seconds. That's the issue. I think that's the issue. Yeah. So it does need to be instant. It is respawn. Anytime it's spawned, it's being respawned. If that makes sense. So that, I think that's the only change that's really different between these two things. From what I'm seeing, I think the trigger's set up properly. Respawn time is going to be 0. That one's 0. Okay, and push changes. Are those Wi-Fi buttons hidden? I sometimes see them underneath creative maps. You can hide them in game.
Before our very eyes. This must be the greatest video gamer in the history of the universe. Hakamachunga wo! Get wrecked, noob!
Yeah, the Wi-Fi buttons are actually triggers. They call them triggers. It's basically like they're things that allow you to send a signal to something else to either activate it or disable it or whatever. Well, activate is different than enable. That's the other thing. Is like there's all this terminology that you have to learn too between activate and enable, or disable and deactivate. It gets a little confusing as well, and that's kind of what's going on here too. Is that I'm activating things, but I'm also
enabling them. Ah, it's a little tricky, but it's all right. Tubby one Shinobi's gonna figure it out. It just takes a little time. That's one thing you gotta have when you're a developer, is a lot of patience. A lot of patience, and be able to bang
your head against the wall over and over and over again until you fix it. That's really what you need to be a developer. If you don't have the patience and you can't work on a single problem for more than an hour, like a simple problem that's just something's a little off, you know, if you can't do that for an hour straight, you should not do development of any sort, because half of it, more actually 90% of it, is usually debugging. Hey Toby, I love your zero build mastery map. I use it all the time. It's helped me immensely with aim and using shockwaves. Much appreciated. Hey, great to hear that, Grady. Love to hear it. Thanks for using it. I'd rather be a game artist instead of a coder, because it's like being able to create your own eye candy instead of learning what does what in the code. Yeah, but also, you know, there's usually a lot harder to be a game artist than a game dev. Game devs pay a lot. I mean, coder, we could just use the word coder. Being someone who scripts or writes code is an easier job to get because it's less desirable and it's more difficult and more banging your head against the wall, you know? game artist is really hard to get into. You need a lot of experience. And that's, you know, what I was doing in school. I wasn't doing coding. I was going to school for game design. And, you know, everybody wants to be a game designer. Doesn't even matter how good you are. You need to have a ton of experience. Okay, so what are we doing here? Both of these things spawned, which is not good. Oh, look at that. Okay. So this is actually triggering as if it's round starts. This is looking nice. We can't have that little second delay, though. Unless we're going to make the spawns delayed after game starts. It's another possible solution. So this is working. When this is working. Is it working great? No. Because there's a delay, that's a problem. But now we're working. So that's making me happy. But if we stack these things, it's going to get ugly, I think. And we have to stack them because they have to start in the same spot. Unless... well... I don't know. Unless, I don't know. Let's just test it. Let's see what happens here. I doubt this is going to work properly. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the base of these. Visible. See what happens here. This probably is going to get pretty ugly. One thing you could possibly do is make the car drop. Have it drop in. One of the cars drop in so it's not spawning on top of each other. So I have a feeling that if we spawn these things inside each other, something bad's going to happen. Did they remove the map Explore the Main Island by yourself? Yeah, they did. Who knows why? Pretty sad. They used to have some awesome options for like really basic custom games. Like you could just go into the Battle Royale map and you could like select the spawn rate of chests and like all this cool stuff and like play a game against AI. It was amazing. And then they took it out. And I guess maybe it was like too much server load. I don't know. Super sad though. My company develops music software, instruments, and effects. Pretty much everything takes 3 times what we think. Yeah. Isn't that just the law? It's like, okay, let's be realistic about our time here. How long is it going to take? Okay, you calculate everything out. Yeah, realistically, a safe assumption, 300 hours. Nope. Took you 1,000. I miss Creative Royale. Was that what it was called? Creative Royale? Yeah. At the very least, have a training ground with BR loot. Yeah. And that's where they just they introduced the bots, man. The bots replaced the training ground because now it just BR has so many bots. It's like, oh, just adjust to your skill level. How many bots are in your game? Is that the right solution? You should just have like an AI mode. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons actually. I mean, Epic probably made the right move. They know what the right move is because they're very calculated and they collect a lot of data before they make decisions. Data-driven is the word I'm looking for. They're very data-driven companies. They know what works, and I think they found that making people feel like they won real games against real players is a lot more valuable to keeping players in game than having them feel like they're not fighting real players. Makes sense. Yeah, it does not like that. It does not like that. This also needs to go quicker. Okay. So being inside of... Yeah, that's not going to work. What is this? Why is there confetti falling from the air? What? Huh. Is that like from the victory screen or something? What was that? That's weird. So I don't think it likes the fact that we're trying to spawn inside each other. That's just not going to work. That's not going to work. So now we got to think of a workaround. A car spawner. I mean, we could potentially drop this thing from the air. There's a simple workaround here. Super simple. So simple. Let's try it. Let's drop this thing from the air. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. Leaving the stream up and running, but I gotta go pick up my fiance from work. I'll catch you when I get back if you're still going. All right, Arctic. Drive safe. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for tabbing it. I prefer the coding side of things. Been coding in C+ for... Or is that C#? What is the C number for 7 years in the web development area? Yeah, I mean, some people just are built for that stuff and love it. I just don't like... I'm more visual. Like, I like a blend. Like, I like scripting, but I don't like coding. I like scripting, which is, like, what we're doing here. You know, this stuff, like, logic stuff is kind of good with me, but, like, when it comes to, like, staring at a page full of just, you know, text, no. No. This is not going to do well. This is not acceptable as the problem. People hate delays between rounds, period. So you gotta work in the least amount of delay possible. Oh. Huh. Like this right here. Should not have a slowdown. There should be no... We should take that out. I think that actually, like, slows... Yeah. Slow motion? Is that what it's called? Yeah, don't do that. Okay, and then, like... What else is the slow part here? Oh, look at that. Okay. This is a real live game, and that's the beginning of the game, and we have 2 cars spawned. Why? That one's supposed to be destroyed. Okay, that's faster to the score screen. Still takes a while. Round begin needs to go faster for sure. Okay, now it's just not working properly. Now it's spawning both every time. What? Okay, that deletes the SUV. This deletes the car. Okay, so those are not being triggered? Now we're saying the triggers aren't being triggered at the start of the round. So I think this is set up wrong. This is our next problem. I need to figure you out. I've been holding off on it because I hate you. I hate this thing. This device is so frustrating to work with because, yeah, this is not doing it. The triggers work. As long as we can get these things to trigger from this device proper. Wait. Maybe the triggers don't work. SUV is not spawning in again. SUV is the one that's on the ground, isn't it? Car falls from the air. SUV's on the ground. But when the round ends, it spawns in. So at game start, it spawns. Also, this is not okay. That works. That worked fine. Maybe there's a reason there's no 1v1 combat, vehicle combat maps, guys. It's kind of turned out to be a pain. That works. But I think when the SUV is spawned, it's not working. Why does the SUV hate us? Is it because it's not grounded? You might not be able to spawn a car. The SUV is grounded. Why? Why? Oh. That's weird. The boost wasn't working for a long time right there. Boost. Oh, that's way different. Okay, so that's another thing to change really quick while we are thinking about it. Because... Is that an island setting thing? I don't think it's a island setting thing. Car. Vehicle. It's not a setting in the island, that's a setting on the car spawner. Got to be... Just checking here. Wow, where is it? Am I blind? Equipment. Vehicles. Yeah, okay. So it's definitely a spawner. SUV. Go over here. And just change this really quick. And then also where we have to figure out... This is taking all day. I guess we're just doing this map all day, guys. I don't know if we're going to play Fortnite, sadly. Assigns driver. What? Seats the player that instigated the message as the spawned vehicle's driver. What? That's interesting. Assigns driver. Can you start a player in the car? Seats the player that instigated the message to spawn vehicle driver. Is that a better solution? Instigate the message? What can we even use for that? Like, on player spawned? Assign him as a driver? I shouldn't mess with this. One thing at a time. Don't play with too many variables at a time. Okay, let's... I'm getting a little ADD. Boost? Is it called boost? Boost regen multiplier. Boost. It's under advanced.
Not a single like. What are you saving your likes for? What are you saving them for? You can't use them anywhere else. You can only use that one like in this stream. Just use it. It's free.
20 times? I mean, it should spawn with boost. I don't think you need the triggers, Toby. I don't need the triggers? See Frostbite. Is there a login or stack trace output somewhere to see what's causing the SUV issue? I don't think there is. There a login? Tools. Debug. Niagara debugger. I don't know if this is just debug the HUD. Tools. That's verse log. I don't think. I don't think there's a debugger. Maybe there is. I'm just not a logging. Is there a logger? I guess particle effects, yeah. Anyways, Can start a player in a car. Yeah, I might do that. We still need to randomize whether a car or a truck spawn. Right? I was looking at the boost here. Where's the boost settings? Boost fuel. Boost enabled. I mean, unlimited boost? Like, no? I don't think you can start with boost. Car spawner. Turn these back on. Just have the RNG device? What? The RNG device? But how would you tie the numbers? It needs to trigger. The RNG device has these boxes that this is the RNG. All it does is trigger these numbered boxes. They don't actually have numbers in them, but this is a 1, a 2. And these things should be triggered. I'm going to go with value limit. Like, let's just, for a second here, play with value limit like 1 and 4. And I think that's going to make 4 boxes. Yeah, it does. Activate on phase. Game start. Activate on phase none. Maybe that's an issue right there. Where's our round settings device? That's a round settings device. Bring this over here, and we are activating on round start. Activate that. That could be an issue. It could have been double activating. Okay, and we also need to, let's go back to two boxes here on this guy. When you are trying to debug something, don't change too many things at once. Just the car trigger. Hello, billboard, whatever. Okay, push changes one more time. Oh wait, we got it, lol. You figured it out, BZ? You guys been playing with it? Or are you just saying like I got it right there? That may have been double triggering. So when the round started, it could have been triggering and then it was triggering again, and that was what's causing 2 cars to spawn. I think I saw something. Window output log. Window output log. Let's see what happens here with this. Leave these open. Oh, silver got either one to spawn or on respawn. Got either one to spawn on respawn. I think we may have just fixed it. I think we had a redundant issue on game start, which is also round start. I think it was triggering twice. We'll see here.
We're my friends.
Start game. Okay, message log isn't... Yeah, it's not really doing much, I don't think. But we spawned one car. That's good. Kill this guy.
Despawns the car. That's good. That's good. That's looking right. One car. I like that. And it spawns quick. There's no duplicates. All right. I think that was the issue, y'all. We may have solved it.
We may be so much closer. Ah, yeah. All right. Silly me. We just had a redundant trigger. We had two things being triggered. I like it. I like it. Okay. Yeah, we're not getting duplicates. Okay, now the next thing is, can we move them into the same spot? See, the fact that that takes a second, but I think if it despawns between rounds, I think we're gonna be fine. I think we're gonna be fine. I think we're there, guys. I think we're there. I think we're there. It's just a little box that need to be checked. Unchecked. Okay. This guy goes here. Okay. Roughly speaking, that should be okay. We're going to close this dialog box because I don't think it's actually helping us. The output log. And then we're going to go to the SUV spawner, and we'll make that invisible. The car spawner, make that visible, invisible. Okay. Push changes. Takes an hour to load. Bet that feels amazing. It always does, right? It's like, finally!
Let's get some hype in the chat, please. Hype, hype.
It's as good as finding the cure for cancer. Yes! Not really. But it does feel nice. Is it possible doing invisible to platform of cars for game? Yeah. I was just doing it for like debugging purposes, just to make sure that... Yeah. It's usually the simple things that trip code up. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about debugging is like, it's always just like this tiny little change that needs to be made. But you just gotta search through the whole haystack to find that needle. You know, it's like that's why you gotta have extreme patience, and that's one thing I do have is extreme patience. I will do this. I would sit here in front of this, and I could do this for 20 hours until this is fixed. Like I would do it. Maybe not right now because I have two kids and like trying to like make content, new season coming out. But like, if I had all the time in the world, yeah, 20 hours easy, just to find that little box to tick right there. I've obviously gotten better, so I'm a little bit faster at finding the issues. But yeah, that's what I like. But with coding, it's not as fun because that little like box is not a box. It's, you know, just some, you know, it's like a unclosed bracket or something. That's just, I don't know, that'd be really obvious, the unclosed bracket. And there's all kinds of debugging tools for coding. Coding's probably a little bit easier now that there's a lot easier now that there's AI, but back in my day, I did very limited coding just in JavaScript, and I was actually pretty good at it, and I kind of liked it, but I just need to look at something visually. It's just a lot more fun. Okay. I don't like this. I don't like how we're facing the wrong way. It's weirding me out. Good. Good. 2 SUVs in a row. That's fine. It's just not... it's random. Just fine. Three SUVs in a row. Now I'm starting to get a little questionable here. It's despawning. That's great. Despawning at round end is nice. 4 SUVs in a row. That's starting to feel like I'm missing something. Wait, is that trigger outside the box? Is that trigger placed wrong? What's happening here? What's this about? That's fine. Okay, I think we're having another issue. The SUV is being spawned, getting the very round. Oh, okay, we were just actually really lucky. Guess that's just how it goes. The RNG is rigged. Honestly, the RNG in this game does not feel random. Whenever you use these random generators, it's like, it's frustrating, so frustrating. When you're making like maps that you're like, okay, I have like 11 levels and I want like, you know, a random chance, and then you get like the same level 4 times in a row. You're like, bro, there's 11 possibilities and you're gonna give me the same level 4 times in a row? Maybe. What is up with the confetti though? I am wondering what's in the air. Is that, we're just gonna have confetti in our map? Is that a thing? Goes away after like... Alright! That's pretty much it. I mean, now we can add some stuff to make it look decent. Do I care about that? Maybe. I mean, I do, but do I want to do that now? I think I'm in a state where it's like pretty close. Probably just do all the cosmetic stuff later. Anything else that needs to happen here? So the car spawns. Players are spawning right next to it, right? Every time. Oh, this 3-second delay is unacceptable. This should be like minimum. Round begins in 3 seconds is not okay. Is that a round setting thing, or is that a game setting thing? Is this being controlled by this? I don't think so. No, it's in the settings. Island settings. Round. Looking for something that has a 3 on it. Game start countdown. Nothing. Maybe 0.5 just to like figure out where we're looking. I don't know if you can do 0.5. Toby, don't get mad. We got it done in 10 minutes. Toby needs silver for this. Yeah. I think it was ultimately what it ended up being is that I made this round device that was triggering this, and it was also being triggered by the game settings as well. So having that checked was really better. Okay, better. That's better. That's reasonable. Okay, I like that. And then, do we need a barrier so that people aren't just like, boom, shoot each other in the head? I think, yes, we do need to have... I think we want to, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Next thing to do is to put a volume in here. What's it called? Mutator zone. Actually, I don't want to mess with the scale on that. We're just going to do it with this. Something like that. Okay. This allows us to set certain parameters when people are inside of this. So we're going to this mutator zone, and we're going to make it not visible during game. Affects players, yes. Allow editing, no. Okay, and then building cost, building speed, allow jumping, sure. Actually, maybe no jumping. That's interesting. Then you can't get on top of the car. Amount, oh, movement multiplier. What if we did that, like, so that, like, I don't know if we should mess with that, actually. 25. Just for a second, let's play with this. Allow weapon fire, false. That's what we're really looking for. Allow building, false. Enable on phase, gameplay. Yeah. Selected class, any is fine. Zone shape, we'll go cylinder just because I like that aesthetically more. And then we grab the largest size. We just make these both 10. Cool. That's covered. And external volume, no. Okay, so now we need to enable this thing when the round starts. So we're going to go to our round settings device, enable this on round settings on round start. So when the round starts, that's going to be enabled, and then we're going to disable this thing on a timer. Oh, wait, this could be interesting. What if? Ooh, I like that. Oh, this is smart. Ooh, this is smart. Wait, is this smart? I think it's smart. Okay, we go back to mutator. We don't change the. Okay, we got this, guys. This is gonna be great. Okay. We do not change the movement speed because that's silly. No one likes that. No one likes feeling different. Okay. Gravity override, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now what we do is we attach it to the car spawner so that when somebody enters the car, is that a thing? Car spawner. On player enters vehicle, we disable it. Huh? Huh? I love that. I love it. Okay. And SUV spawner disable. On player enters vehicle. This is probably going to turn out terrible. Probably made the stupidest idea I've ever had. But in theory, it sounds good. It's usually how these things work. I need the jump. I don't want to allow people to jump because I don't want them to like be ready to jump shot somebody. I want people to enter the car and then the fight starts, you know? I think, right? That's like, I don't know. New 1v1 map? Yeah. This is a new, need some shocks. Whoa, chill. I don't know. For some reason, the jump sounds right to me. Maybe it's not the right move. But like I could imagine people. That's why I don't want jump. I thought about this. You don't want somebody getting on the hood and then aiming down at the driver, and then it's like, who's gonna get on in the driver's seat first and just get, AR to the face. Oh, Toby, do you have both player devices activating the RNG? No. I think I'm just activating it with the... Yeah, I'm just activating it with the round start. Pretty sure. I don't think these player spawns are doing anything. Yeah, we're not doing anything with the player spawns. It's all being controlled by the round device, pretty much. The RNG part of it. We activate the random number generator. And that's the only way this thing activates, I'm pretty sure now, right? Yeah, so that's... Yeah, and that's how we want it. I think our RNG problems are solved. We're moving past that. We're setting a different course now. We are good. Now the thing is just making sure that like it's fair and balanced. Randomize who spawns in the passenger or driver. I hear you, but chill. Maybe. I foresee that being buggy though. I just like, The problem that we're going to run into here is as soon as you enter the car, the other person is going to have the AR aimed at their head. So it needs to actually have a delay. Yeah, there needs to be a timer involved. I think that a timer needs to be involved. Once somebody enters the car, there should be a 1 second delay before the other player can shoot or do anything, so that the other player can drive the car and like kind of maneuver, but you don't want them driving away from the player because then they're just going to park the car and shoot them. Okay, you can't do that. Unless you put barriers. If you put barriers, you can do that. So they can't drive. That's a possibility. Can you put people in the not driver's seat? Is that a thing? Let's just push these changes, see what happens here. I foresee a lot of things that could happen that'd be an issue. Use a mutation zone, no jumps allowed. Then when someone gets in the car, disable mutation zone. Yes, but then you also have the scenario where this player just waits for the player to enter. Cool, the disabled mutator gets disabled. Pop, 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 pop. Headshot. Like, that's not real. Like, if this is the condition to win every round, just wait for the other player to enter. And you know how people are. Some people are just going to do that. So we can't jump right now. We can't shoot. This is great. We enter the car. Now we can shoot. We can jump. Okay, cool. So that's working, but again, we have that condition where somebody is going to be aiming at the person's head. It's going to take a second to enter the car, and then they're going to get destroyed, and they're like, this is the worst map ever created. I hate Toby One Shinobi, and they'll unsubscribe to the channel and probably DDoS me. So we don't want that happening. Instead, we need to make it so that once the car's entered... Can't do this. Can we teleport someone to the passenger? I don't like this idea because I feel like it's going to be buggy. Something's going to go wrong here. It gets too complicated, but we'll just play with it. We'll think about this. Assign driver. Okay, so you can assign a driver. Pop all tires? That's crazy. Sign driver. Sign driver is going to put someone in the driver's seat. That's going to disable the thing. I mean, that might actually be better because that's not going to give anyone time to line up a shot necessarily, but it still will because people will just aim down sights and they're like, am I the driver or not? I'm not the driver, shoot him in the head. No weapons in mutation zone. Then use a timer to give a couple seconds, then disable mutation zone. But the problem with that, gamer, is that the person's going to drive the car away. The other person will have no cover, and they're going to get shot. But if we put up barriers and then remove those barriers, let's think about this. How do we not allow the person to line up a headshot? How do we not allow the person to line up a headshot? Oh, that's easy. Wait, that's so easy. What am I thinking? This whole time, all we have to do is put the players on the back of the car. Wonderful. I love that. I love that. What an easy fix. Derp. You go here. You go here. And then it's not like, hey, I'm just going to... If you're at the back of the car, you can't line up the headshot as easy. Right? Right. But they need to be in a point where they can still activate and enter, but they can't headshot like magic. That is not lined up. Perspective top. I think that's looking more fair. Yeah. And you could even like make them run a little bit. You could like set them back a little bit so that, but then you're gonna have one person running to the window to headshot. Okay, no, we're not gonna do that. Push changes. I think that's a pretty easy solution there. So that's the point, right? No, I don't want people to drive the car away and then whoever enters the car wins first. Because what's going to happen is the player is going to enter the car, they're going to hit the boost, get away from the other player, and they're just never going to get in the car, and then it's just like over. It's not really a car fight at that point. It's just like, that is a type of car fight, but it doesn't, what I want people to do is get good at entering, exiting, shooting, maneuvering the car and not getting left behind. And we will put bubbles as spawns. We'll have some bubble pickups, I think, in case. Maybe some cover pieces. We'll have like maybe some small cover pieces to use so that we don't get absolutely beamed if we miss entering the car from the start. Can you still get in the car from actually behind the car? Yeah. I think you're overthinking it. Car fights are about one having a car and one not. No, dude. I think you're thinking of a different type of car fight. What I'm thinking about is like seat switching, pickaxe glitching, that stuff. The stuff that nobody knows how to practice because it's very hard to practice in BR because it's very risky. A lot of people, you know, go to my advanced car combat training where you're seat swapping, you know, and you're exiting one side, taking a shot, entering really quick, driving the car, exiting, entering, that sort of thing. But if you have the win condition, just who has the car and who doesn't, then that's not very fun. Who entered the car and hit the gas first and uses the car as cover? It's not that fun. That's not really what I'm trying to get after. That's certainly a thing that'll happen in games where somebody steals your car and they drive away from you, and then you got to figure something out. But you'd have utility at that point, I'd hope, and be able to shock out or move or get some cover. And right here, we don't have any of that, so that would not be very fun. Maybe put barriers so they can move the car a little bit, but not far to avoid shots. You want the cars immobile? I think you're missing the point, Gamer Anonymous. I think you'll see what I mean when you see it. I want both players to basically be in the car from the start, is really what I want. Once you're both in the car, then it turns into this thing like, okay, how do we fight this, right? Because you have the situation where you do this, where you go. You know, you do like a pickaxe. Oh. Where's my pickaxe? Oh, pickaxe is selected is controlled by harvesting. Good to know. That must be a harvesting setting. Island settings. Harvest. Disable harvest slot. That must be your pickaxe. Harvest multiplier. Oh shoot. We're just gonna keep that at default. Return that to default. That must be pickaxe then. I was thinking that would allow people to farm the walls. Start with pickaxe, yes. Pickaxe expression, yes. Yes. Enable pickaxe. Okay, cool. Also, while we're thinking about destroying things, let's go to perspective. Make these a different color. This is always such a weird thing to do, but like you can take. Man, I need a wall. What did I do to my browser? Fortnite. Galleries. Buildings. I want a... There's like this one type of wall that I really like to use. It's like a solid metal black. You just take... Same one that I use in the mastery map. I like that material. Texture. The weird thing that you have to do with these materials is you can't like select a material. You have to copy a material, if I recall. Let's just say like I don't know, something different. Does white bother you guys? I feel like white just bothers me. Is that weird? What kind of texture should we have on these walls? Not glass. Steel? I want steel. Yeah, steel. Steel. Waterfall. Okay, we put this here. Then, wait, that's not, no, that's not at all what we want. That's different. Okay, no. Now, am I just overthinking this? It doesn't matter. Maybe white is fine. Black and purple, yeah. Yeah, I just want like a nice clean black material. Not too black, I want like a gray. I don't want wood and I don't want brick. What's that? It's not good. No. Spending too much time on this. A fence. A fence would be funny. Can you do that? I'm not gonna do a fence. That's silly. We can do this brick, I guess. Take this brick texture. Okay, so then you go here, and I think you copy this. You go like copy, and then you select this, and then you go paste. Paste. Yikes. And then we have clipping. Do we have clipping? Maybe we don't. It's not the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. It's better than white walls. I'll live with it for now. Okay. What we're fixing? We're fixing the pickaxe thing. We're going to end this game, make sure the pickaxe works, and then we're going to have bubble spawner, Fortnite, this, we need devices, we need a item spawner, it's called an item spawner, isn't it called an item spawner? Huh? Yeah. you add an item, and it's going to be a bubble. Bubble Shield Junior. It's going to spawn one of these, and it's going to spawn it every 10 seconds, but at this time before first spawn is going to be 0, so it's initialized right from the start. Okay, and then we're going to put like probably 4 of these on the map. Items respawn, yes. Random spawns off. Base visible during game, no. Need like 4 different quadrants. So like, it should be within running distance. So if somebody were to get the car away from you, you could do something like this. We're also going to move this. Now that this stuff is working, put this out here. Delete our billboards as well. Don't need you anymore. Oh, these walls also. My brain is all over the place right now, but just how it works. And we make these structurally supported. Make them can be damaged, false. And then forcibly structurally supported. Yes, that makes sure that they don't break for some reason. Register with structural grid, that's fine. And I think that should be it. I think damage can be damaged off, and then indestructible, is that an option? Okay. Any other changes before we go? We got these 2 bubbles here. Yeah, I think we take these others and just put them over here. Kind of the edges. Seems fair. 1 bubble every 10 seconds, right? You pick up quantity 1 every 10 seconds, so you're really not going to be like spamming these. Someone going to abuse this? Just turn it into a bubble fight? They're just going to turn into a bubble fight? Okay, the pickup between spawns needs to be like 100 seconds, actually. On all of these. I foresee somebody being a weirdo. Time between spawns needs to be like 100 seconds so that they can't just throw a bubble on the bubble spawner and just keep like jumping from one bubble spawn to the next. Okay. That makes it so if they were to do that, they could only do it 4 times. They'd force a car fight at some point. Okay. Is this training or 1v1? Both. I mean, yeah, it's 1v1. Which is also training. I'm shocked you don't have an Azeron profile for this. I mean, the keyboard's pretty good for just like... I mean, there's so many like mappings and like a lot of it is clicking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do enough map editing, to be honest, to like make a profile. Like if I were like working in my map every day, I'd probably make Azeron profiles, but honestly, sometimes it just feels easier to just use the keyboard. Because you gotta type a lot anyways, so it's like putting the keyboard away and then like pulling it back out to type things like names of certain items and stuff. Can you just give both players their own car, make those cars spawn like you start to drive opposite directions, and give both shockwaves so you have the option to attack opponents? Yeah, I don't... That's... I think people are thinking this car fight is a little different. Car fight, this is like a car fight where you're both in the car. You guys have all been in this situation, right? Where you're in the car together. And how do you beat the player? With like barely any utility, you know, that sort of thing. You're gonna have to be shooting out wheels. You're gonna have to be damaging car. You're gonna have to be using very limited cover, which is bubbles, I think, unless we replace the bubbles with rocks, which we might do. We might make this arena a little bit bigger, and put some rocks around so that you have to drive around the rocks and be like better at driving. That could probably be better than bubbles, but you gonna play this map today? Maybe, yeah. I might be able to make this live. If you're gonna do random items, make equipment slot to 3. What? Random items? Why do you use your equipment slot on 3? Everyone is throwing out tons of ideas. He's doing a great job ignoring a bunch of us. Lol, I know it drives me crazy when people watch over my shoulder when I'm working. Yeah. This thing is I have like a design in mind and I have an outcome of like the learning that I want people to learn. And a lot of people are seeing this for the first time and be like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could like shockwave around and you could like throw bunkers to stop the cars? And it's like, it's not really what I'm after. I don't want to turn this fight into anything else but like you and a guy in a car. You're just figuring it out, you know? You and your best friend in this car, and you're just trying to figure out how to kill each other. Very simple. Because a lot of people are not good at that. Yes. Can we make that go away? Shouldn't be able to harvest. Okay, those are unbreakable, that's great. Why does it feel like there's a ton of delay? Maybe it's just... Okay, that's all working. So yeah, I mean, basically the idea is that you're just doing this close range fight where you have someone in your car, right? You have to spray out the windows, shoot them in the head, avoid getting shot in the head yourself. Exit, enter, sort of thing. Switch seats, go to the other side, boom, get back in, jump, boom. You know, exit, enter, boost, you know, this all that stuff is really what we're trying to train because it's like a major skill in Fortnite Zero Build that a lot of people lack. And most of the time, what they do is they just get in the car and they drive away, go find another car, and then run for their lives and don't take a fight. Which, if they knew how to do these things, they'd be able to beat people. And there's also always the option of just doing this, but if you start doing this, the guy who's driving the car should stop the car, get out and shoot you in the face, or, you know, do some other move. Hey, Toby, I caught you pull off the win yesterday on 22 health, no shields. It was awesome. Yeah, that was an awesome one. That felt really nice. I even let out like a legitimate scream of joy. Oh. Well, that's a thing. That's not such a bad thing, though, is it? $75, that's good. I don't think that's such a terrible thing to have it respawn when you blow it up because at least allows it to still be a car fight. You can get bubbles, you can throw down, right? If you're doing this, you're gonna have to deal with the pressure of somebody shooting your car, in which case you have to make a decision if you want to go grab bubbles and do it as well. There's only 4 bubbles in this arena over the course of a minute and a half. That's not long enough. They should actually be like 300 seconds. Now that I'm thinking about it, they should only spawn pretty much once per round. Pretty much. Let's do 300 seconds between spawns. That's reasonable. That's pretty much once per round. Let's see if you have a crazy long round. Okay. Then, do we want to add some rocks? Oops. Let's go to the rock gallery. The rock gallery is in... Is that an environment? No. It's not meshes. It's... Okay, well, I need to go here and just find rock. And then go and find... props. That's a gallery. It's gotta be... There's a rock gallery. Yeah, there's a rock gallery, but... It's like Asteria. Asteria rock. My gosh, how is this a thing? Why can I not find a proper rock gallery right now? Whatever. We'll just find one manual like this. Just look like it's pretty decent. Oh, that's a nice rock. What a nice boulder. Wow. Turn that off. Scale this down. It's just enough cover for the height of a player to crouch behind it, but a car to drive over it if they were really going for it. Yeah, that'd be enough cover for to crouch behind, right? Cool. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Just put one over here-ish. Kind of out of the way of the car. And then maybe one over here. You need to have enough room for the car to swerve around it and not hit the wall. Actually, we make these walls bigger. Ah! What's gonna happen when I do this? I don't like it. I don't think this is gonna work well. It's gonna break. Oh, it's working. That's beautiful. Yes. Okay, top down. And where are we? It's nice. Okay, that gives us a lot more room to drive. Do I like that? Do I like that though? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. If we do that, yeah, okay, I do like that. We're just gonna add another item to the inventory. 14. Good. Okay, and then so make sure these triggers aren't in there because that can sometimes mess with things inside mutator zones. Okay. Back to perspective. How huge is this now? That's not that bad. It's pretty reasonable. And these rocks are, you know, pretty reasonable places, I think. You can still drive around that on the edge. Yeah. And then we'll just do one more over here. Behind, that's in front, so we want to probably spin them around a little bit, change the angles, they look a little different. Pop this up a little more. Sure. I'm not too interested in how fancy these rocks are, except for the designer in me says, no, you cannot use the same rock over and over. So we're just going to pop this there. Yo, SP! Thank you for joining us as our newest Padawan. Appreciate you. Is that high enough? Yeah, that's fine. We're going to actually put this in the ground and scale the Z a little bit. Ooh, not that. No. Untoggle that. There. I'm going to sink all these in the ground just so they don't look ugly. Oh no, what have I done? That's fine. Can you drive over them? I don't know. I like my rocks. nice and sunken into the ground like that. Yeah. Give it a little angle, just a little bit. Yeah. Okay, cool. We have 3 rocks for some decent cover, and now we go to the class designer. Where are we? Class designer. Yeah, and we go over here. We pull this thing out here, put it with our random generator. Also pull out our round settings device and bring that over here as well. Get all the non-gameplay stuff out of there. It's all gone, right? Yeah. Commutator zone. Okay, and then grab the round settings. And I think what we do here is we add a katana. Do we add a katana? What is... Oh, a Typhoon Blade would be pretty sweet. But that kind of changes things. People are going to spam the blade through the vehicle. What is a good mobility item that doesn't break it? Shockwaves might be it. I mean, you guys might be right. Shockwaves is probably the answer. It's in every season. Yeah. We do 2 shockwaves. You get 2 shockadoos, and we increase the height of this puppy to be much larger, because now we have to account for people shockwaving around. And take the... Whoa. Make this 7. Oh, no! I don't like that. We have a bunch of shadows. Unless we do 12 o'clock. Yeah, we'll do 12. Okay. Go to our settings. Island settings. Go to time. Time of day is going to be 12 p.m. That should be overhead sun. Did that not change? Maybe it doesn't change until you... Yeah, go 12. Okay. End game. Push changes. That's under map. Good. Maybe impulse instead of shockwaves. I think shocks is safe. I think shocks is pretty safe. I hate to say it, but the bat doesn't seem too much for this. Oh, but there's a bat glitch where you can enter and swing at the same time, and then you destroy people. So probably not ideal. The other option is you could add a speed boost item, like chili splashes. That's an option. Just increase player movement speed, allow them to catch the car a little easier, but that's not very common. I feel like shockwaves are just a lot more common. The problem is you have to reslot these things every time. Maybe we should make them pickups. Okay, I can't jump, I can't shoot until I get the car. Then I can jump and shoot. Good. Uh-huh. The reason I also like to do pickups on the ground is because things slot differently depending on what people have their consumables slotted to. And if you put it directly in their inventory, it doesn't slot properly. You have to reorganize everything. Which is why it's so annoying in like rapid 2v2s when you have to reslot every single time you start. So I prefer to have pickups if possible. So I might do shockwave pickups around the map. Make it very limited. And that way, if somebody drives the car away from you, you can shock to them and get it back in the car and get back to a car fight. And like the cover here is so limited that like it does force you to want to use the car more. If you blow up the car, it respawns in the middle. That's nice, right? Saint 404! I think you're becoming a Padawan as well. Haven't you been a member before, Saint? Thank you for rejoining the Shinobi Clan. All right, cool. Yeah, and the car respawns in the middle, and then it's back to a car fight. I like that. I like that. I like that. That's what it's about, is forcing the car fights. Now, so we're gonna make half of these shocks, because that makes sense to me. I don't want too many pickups. It's just like distracting. Shockwaves, and then we're gonna make pickup quantity will be 2 on each of these. You could potentially get a total of 4 shockwaves, but it's really not going to do any good. And then we're going to add a barrier. 1 barrier device so nobody gets out of the top of this thing. Make this the depth. I don't know. I think I set this to like 13. Make it a cylinder just for aesthetics. And then we go height is, yeah, 1's fine. Okay, I think we go 15. And then we always go to top down because perspective is never what it looks like. Okay. We just need to have this be here so you can't get out of the map. All right. So 2 shocks in each one of these. 1 bubble on each one, because the reason that I'm doing 1 bubble is because I don't want people to turn this into like a defensive, like turtle up, blow up their car sort of thing. Is that what it's going to turn into? Maybe. Maybe I should have just 1 whiplash sitting over in the corner. I'm not opposed to the idea. One that's not random, one that's just sitting over here. So that, like, if your car... I don't want, like... I'm trying to think. How will you ensure the driver-player alternates? You won't. You pretty much just... Whoever enters the car first gets to drive. So it's kind of like whoever gets in the car first. And then if you don't get in the car first, then you're attacking, but you also need to, like, get that pickaxe glitch, and then... the other person's going to exit, and the thing is you can't shoot until somebody's in the driver. So I don't think the pickaxe glitch is going to work all that well. We'll see. I really don't know how this can play. I really don't. If I'm being honest, this could be a horrible map, horrible design, but we won't know until we play a test, and that's just usually how it goes. It might be that it turns into somebody just holding their pickaxe out and like ready to swing. The person gets the driver, and then they're just getting hit by the pickaxe for 20, and then they feel like they can't recover. But I seriously doubt that, and that's a thing that just happens a lot in games. You have to learn how to defend against the pickaxe glitch, which is, seat swapping, exiting the vehicle, forcing you to enter, to start shooting them through the windows, that sort of thing. Yeah. I'm already seeing that people use macros to enter the car first. Macros? Why would you need a macro to enter the car first? It's a single key. Just press 1 button. And it always has like a little bit of a delay to it too. Okay, so car, bubbles, shocks, a little bit of cover, not great. This needs to be a little bit higher. It needs to go out a little bit more. Decent. Did I push the changes? No. Wait, why do I have shocks in my inventory? Why can't I shoot? Because the car hasn't been entered. There is no barrier on this right now. Yep, we need to end this. Push the changes. Restart. Can you make players start taking damage if they stay too long on the ground? Yeah, probably could. I mean, I can. I don't know if I want to encourage that because, like, I don't know. Got to think about that. That is an option. It's not a bad idea, actually. to force people to get in the car, but then you do lose a little bit of like, I want it to be like fairly natural feeling where, you know, you have these mid-range fights where somebody does drive the car away from you and they start shooting at you, and you got to figure out what to do. You got to like on the fly think, okay, use some cover, use some utility, whatever. No TIE fighters, please. Hey, Zephin, welcome back to Master Shinobi. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you for joining us again. Good to see you back. You got to think on the fly and like use the environment a little bit, but most of it is surrounded on the car. Shooting out the car is definitely going to be an option. Is it a better option than driving the car? I don't think so. I'm hoping that the car, having control of the car, is going to be a better option than using these limited pieces of cover. Maybe I should make these rocks really weak. Is there a way to change the health on these things? Which health do they have? Also, I was seeing harvest materials. Why was that a thing? Maybe harvest multiplier determines the rate at which players can harvest resources. The rate. If I turn this to 0, does that mean there won't be any like metal coming out of the car when I slap it? Just logged on. What are you making? Yeah, a car fight 1v1 map. So practicing car fighting mechanics like exiting, seat swapping, shooting windows, that sort of thing. Why do I have shocks in my inventory? Did I add that to the class items? What? Did I do that? I did that, didn't I? I forgot to change it. You. Delete. Okay. That should be fixed. Now you're going to at least have to... I mean, I could allow you to spawn with one shock. It's the end of the world. If someone drives the car away from you and does this, you're going to want to be into cover pretty quick. One shock? Maybe that's not the end of the world. Hold up. Hold up. Control Z. One shock. Not two, but just one. Just one. It's decent. It's going to be the wrong slot, which is annoying, but... Or I change the spawns of the shockwaves to be near the car spawn. So if you get left behind... Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, so this right here, you just have one shock right here, and this one only gives you one shock. Maybe all these give you one shock. Maybe all of them do. 2 is a little excessive, isn't it? Why do you need 2? Just don't miss, bro. Also, this needs to be taller. Because I think we hit our heads if we shock. Yeah. No one likes that. No one likes that. These need to be taller. Do I have all 4 selected? Nope. Okay, these need to be a little bit taller for a full shockwave experience. What am I doing? Hello. They changed the icon. So I think like that is probably good. Move this up. And we're golden. I think. Can the shocks break the wall? No, I made the walls indestructible. EMPs is a rare spawn. Don't say that, Thomas. We don't use that dirty word in here. EMPs. Ew. Wait, we still have one spawn. We still have one shock. We were supposed to get rid of that. Duh. Keep forgetting. This guy. Now we can delete this because there's a shockwave pickup. And the reason that I don't want the shockwave to be in your inventory is, one, you gotta get those APMs down, brother. And two... delete. And two, it'll slot to the right slot in your inventory if you pick it up rather than stick it in someone's inventory automatically. Okay. So we pick up the shock. Should slot to our right thing. We can't fire yet because, yep, somebody's got to enter the car. Beautiful. The ceiling is still... It's fine. Nobody's going to shock straight up. If they do, it's like... Kind of bothers me. Kind of bothers me. Nope. Fix it. Kind of bothers me. Just a little bit higher. No one's gonna care. Except for me. Someone, for some reason, max shock straight up in the air, and they're like, why is your map blocking my perfect vertical shockwave, Toby-Wan Shinobi? Why do you design such trash maps? I try to accommodate every player and their rage. EMP 1% spawn rate would be fire. You should have a 1v1 that's based around mobility and first to fall dies. It's a pretty fun idea. Like grappler, just a grappler fight, like a anime grappler fight. Okay, I can't throw it because car has to be entered first. That's good. Not gonna hit your head. Also, we're just gonna get rid of the how do we change this to something more transparent? I know that there's not some I don't think there's really a translucent device. It's great. No one will notice that. No one will notice that. Maybe they will. They don't really give us great options here. I usually have to make my own translucent materials, which is annoying. I don't think they give you a material anywhere in UEFN that's actually like usable to be. What's this? No. Yeah, blue's probably the best we got. That's fine. What do we have going on here? We're building a 1v1 car map. Are you creating multiple arenas on that map with different scenarios? No, I think we're just gonna like make people hammer out one scenario, one basic car thing, and I could do that, but it adds a lot more work. And I think I want to keep this one simple and just put it out and see if people like it. If people like the idea, then yeah, we'll start like making different arenas, and we'll make a whole different, different loadouts, different arenas, different all that, if people are playing the map. But I'm not going to waste a bunch of time making like a bunch of different levels and all that stuff and then find out that people aren't going to play it. Just not worth it. So we're going to make the, what would you call that? Minimum viable product first, and then figure out if people want to play it. Cool. Sky looks fine. You can't even tell there's a barrier. Great. These are one shock each. Just enough to get across the arena and only spawn every 300 seconds. So you only get 2. After that, bro, don't screw up. And you're bubbling up, firing. I foresee this being awesome. This is great. All right, this is exactly what I need to master my car fighting mechanics. And to train every single sweat on how to beat me in a car fight. I'm so looking forward to the general populace getting much better at car fighting and being extremely annoying in car fights. Round ends. Random car spawns in. Make sure SUV spawning still. You stand on the rock and shock. Oh, I mean, you know, yeah, if you want to stand on the rock and shock, you know, that's a weird scenario. And Thomas, if you complain about that, I'm gonna ban you from my YouTube channel. Ah! No, you'd have to have a perfect vertical shock. No one's doing that, okay? Leave it alone! Also, yeah, that's not bad. Half a magazine from the hollow will take these rocks out. That's actually perfect. Makes it so that, like, they're not the optimal thing. They have half the health of the car. I love it. Does every rock have 450? Okay. And then we need to change. What the? Brother. What? Huh? I think I just haven't pushed the changes yet. Should just have a wide variety of weapons to choose from. Again, I'm just going to keep it super simple. If people enjoy it and they feel like they're getting good training out of it, then we start to further improve it. But like, I made the mistake of wasting, maybe not wasting, but I spent like probably, I don't know, 200 hours or something on my last 1v1 map, and it just didn't take off the way that I was hoping. I just haven't promoted as much, but I feel like I put too much time into that, and I should have gone with minimum viable product. And I think a big problem with that map is that the terrain, the bunkers don't place right on the terrain. It's very annoying. So I should probably copy everything over onto a new island with a normal terrain, and I could probably fix it pretty easily, I think. But let's see. Okay, did I push everything? Maybe a bush or two to hide in to break line of sight? Nah. No. Bush is OP. Because the thing is, you'll be able to like blow up a car almost before they can even turn around and get to you. And then it becomes more about just like using cover. It's about car fighting, all right? Car fighting. Just to encourage the use of the vehicle and like exiting, entering, shooting windows, that sort of thing. Don't let in the car. Don't let the car get away from you. If the car gets away from you, you should feel like you're in a bad situation. And that's your mistake. And you got to figure it out after that. Shinobi Tycoon when? Very soon. Yeah, I do want to change these walls. I actually don't like them at all. Should change the texture on these. I don't like them at all. What am I doing? Props. I don't know what I'm doing. 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 I don't know what I'm hell? I wish I knew the name of that material that I use. This one's not bad. That steel's not bad. Let me add that really quick. Steel's not the worst, but it also has lines in it. I just want like a flat steel. No lines. Is that so much to ask for? Wait, metal ring. What's this? Oh, that's like actually specular. Is that specular? Yeah, it's got reflection. We don't want reflection. What about this one? I think that has a specular map as well. No. It's just this metal ring 5 is the one I keep selecting, and it's just the same. I mean, I'll try it. Mid. Can I copy that? No, you can't paste it from the texture itself. Gotta be from the actual object. Except for this map, car fights are the hardest to train. Yeah, that's the idea. Is like, yeah, it's just really hard to get good practice with the car fights unless you get creative and just do it. And even then, there's not very many creative maps. It's just like instantly you're in a car fight. You have to like spawn. You have to run over to the car. You get in it. You really have to like spend a lot of time just even to get repetitions. Okay. All the walls are there. For Matthew. Was it Thomas? Was it Thomas or Matthew? Yeah, it was Thomas, actually. I don't think it'd be a hit. I just think that it'll be like one of those things that like you and a friend can get into. And I don't know if like a lot of people will do matchmaking for it. I don't care too much about that. It's more about like, yeah, like private lobbies. I think it's gonna be really good for Shinobi Mastery map, Shinobi Masters trainings. I think it'll be really good for. I just need metal, dude. I need metal. Metal. I just need metal. Just gotta be. It's just like just take the time to look through these. Just take your time. Just take the time. Is that flat? I don't hate it. I do hate it. That's the wrong side, though. Nice. I like that. It's clean. It's clean. Just do this just in case, whatever. Okay. Clean enough. Now, like the color of your skin doesn't matter too much. You know, it's always nice to have a neutral color. Then, do we want to add any like elevations to the map? Probably. A little bit of elevation to this stuff. Probably a good thing. Just to... Should we add elevation? Just a little bit, dude. Just a little bit. So it's not just like so cookie cutter, right? Terrain. Landscape. This one. Okay. Get in here and get a little sculpting going. Tool strength's way too high. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Why is it so high? Brush size is pretty good. Fall off's good. I mean, little divot here. Divot here. That should be enough. I don't like how this is so flattened out. We're smooth this. Whatever. It's enough. It's something. Okay, and then make sure our spawns are still okay. VW8. I always forget the hotkey for that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Selection. W, it is W. Why didn't that work? I didn't have it selected. Okay, cool. That's all good. The shockwave is fine. Car spawns fine. Player spawns fine. Everything is above ground. Rocks may have been messed with a little bit. Looking fine. Where'd the other rock go? Wait. 3. This one's a little too much. Good enough. Do we want to add a tree? A single tree? I don't know. I don't know. A single oak tree? Styria oak medium. It's a classic. It's a classic. Don't want to give people too much cover is the problem. It should be pretty far away if it is. Then you should be able to drive around it. A single tree over here so that you can turn the car and actually go around if you need to. Have enough space. Yeah, it's fine. Sure. We like trees. What happens when the car blows up? Regular 1v1? It resets. It respawns instantly. New one comes in. Okay, cool. I think we're good, dude. I think we're pretty much made this thing. Push changes. Gap in the market for zero build maps? Kind of. It's just like no one cares about zero build maps, unfortunately. Zero build maps never hit. Yeah, it's true. When you're done, how quickly can the map go live? It usually takes a couple hours for the first publication. This map's gonna be a Shinobi sweat fest. Yeah, it'll be pretty sweaty probably, but yeah, it should be good. I mean, if you practice with a friend, it will be less sweaty, obviously. That's my favorite tree in the world. That's the best tree. It is pretty awesome. It's a pretty nice tree. Just thick enough to cover a body. Just enough for a right shoulder peak. Not too much health. A good amount of shade so you don't get sunburnt. It's nice. I'll be right back, y'all. Be right back. Be Start the game. Round ends, everything spawns in properly, right? After I grabbed everything, pickups. Yeah. Can't jump or shoot till the car starts. It's great. It's great. I think it's great. Let me publish this thing. Do we pass 5 minutes yet? I think we're at like 10 minutes. Last thing to do is delete this guy. Where are you? Goodbye. Check island settings, scoreboard. First score column is going to be elimination. Second scoreboard is going to be score, just in case somehow those vary. Third is going to be damage dealt. That's not true. Wait. Eliminations. We'll just go with score. And then damage dealt. Damage taken. Very important stats there. Yeah, that's all you need. Score, damage dealt, damage taken. You can test it without the bot with someone? I can't really do that unless I go through a process of... I think eliminations is probably safest, actually, as the first scoreboard column. I'm going to add fourth scoreboard. Score, probably not going to be necessary, but just in case. Sometimes score can be wonky. All right. Push the changes. We good with the shotgun? We good with the Sentinel Pump? I think the Sentinel Pump's a pretty good one. It's got like, it doesn't have huge range. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Shoots, it only has 4 shots in it. Ooh.
That's something to think about, actually. Wait. Sentinel Pump only has 4 shots. Uh-oh. What do you think, y'all? Does get you practicing to reload, but also is very annoying.
Not many shotguns has 4 shots. Last thing to think about, is this Sentinel shotgun? Is it the best shotgun? Is it the best pump shotgun to use? I think the OG pump, in my opinion, is probably the best, but it also isn't in normal loot pools. Is that going to bother people? I feel people are like, this is stupid. That's a reload gun. You know what? You're stupid. You're a reload gun. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I take it back. Sharptooth could be one. That would be like less. Thunder? I think we just go with the old tried and true pump shotgun. You know, it's like Is it gonna bother people? There's from different weapons from different seasons. Yeah, it will. Deal with it. Pump shotgun L3. Oh yeah, that's right. It looks different. Oh. Is that gonna mess with people's slotting? If I use weapons? I think it'll be okay. I think it'll slot correctly. It's slotting correctly for me. Yeah, it'll be okay. All right. Everything fixed? Everything perfect? We've got a map done in one day. That's awesome. That's great. Simple, but effective for training. My favorite is the Infiltrator. Yeah, Infiltrator is great, except for it has a slow pullout time, slow swap time. So it's not like a great pump shotgun in terms of weapon swapping. So that's why I didn't go with that one. If your channel ever gets bigger, will you start making brain rot XP maps? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like fart noises for every kill. And actually, what am I talking about? Kills. There'll be tycoons. And it'll be more like petting animals, like a petting zoo tycoon maybe, and like candy, like candy machines and like energy drinks that you could like pretend to drink and eat. Does that sound good? Somehow that would be like 1 million players. I think it should be a gun that you would actually have in a BR with cars. Yeah, Rockland. The problem is, it's like, maybe next season we'll get one. The Havoc Pump. Havoc Pump is really crazy for close range. I don't know. Havoc is... I don't know. Havoc hits so hard. The headshot. The Sentinel is great, except for it has 4 shells, which I know is going to annoy people for training. Because most shotguns have 5 shells. The Sentinel has 4, and I actually I did this exact training with somebody in Master Training. We did this advanced car combat training in Master's Training like a week ago, and it was annoying me that I had to reload my shotgun so much with only 4 shells. So it would definitely be a problem for people. So, what's the general thoughts on this, huh? Oh no. It's a pump shotgun? Ew. It's got 5 shots. Look at that tree. Praise the tree. No. All right. Let's publish this puppy. We end the game. We project, upload to private version. Launch a memory calc. And we're good to go. Memory calc complete. Nice. That was quick. Wow. 11K out of 100,000. That's nice. I wish my other maps had more space. That would be great. All right, what do we title this thing, y'all? What do we title this thing? Car Combat 1v1 sounds great in terms of what is this map? But it should probably be Skibbity Riz Car Combat. Vehicle Ponage 1v1. That might get more views or more playtime. Maybe just Riz Car Combat. Riz Car Vehicle Ponage 1v1. Yeah. That's decent. Game description. Pwn your friends. Alright. Ohio parking lot combat. Oh wait, that's actually good. Ohio parking lot combat. That's actually something that kids would play. Dang. He's good. You're good, Booster Rooster. How'd you get that? Okay, I think we just go... Do we do Shinobi? I feel like Shinobi in the front of the title is not good for clarity. I think we just go 1v1 car combat. 1v1 realistic car combat. Yeah. Or is it car combat 1v1 realistic zero build? Car combat 1v1 realistic zero build. The thing that it is car combat 1v1. Okay, I understand. It's realistic zero build. Oh, great. It's a sweaty map. Let's do it. I think that's good. Add 1v1 first. 1v1 car combat. Okay. You know what? You might be right there. You're right. 1v1 car combat is a better descriptor. Do I even put zero build in the title? Wait, is that gonna kill my map? Should I not put zero build in the title? It's not very realistic though if you don't have any mats. Nobody plays ZB maps. Yeah. The problem is, it is 1v1 car combat. But, like, is there even there's not even car combat in builds, right? Like, that's just not a thing. Because you would just box the car. And then edit instead of, like, messing around with cars at all. (1v1) car combat. How about realistic car combat trainer? No, I don't think so. I think we need 1v1 in there. Drive or die, 1v1 zero build. No, guys, no. But if people search it, will show up. Yeah, like, I don't think people in builds care about zero build car combat, or care about car combat. So, like, I do think that maybe including zero build is actually a good thing in here, because then if people search up zero build, at least it comes up. I don't know. We'll leave it like that for now. Close range car combat training a 1v1 scenario with limited resources and limited resources. Use the pickaxe trick. Seat switching and car cover 2. Good enough. No one cares about a description. Island tag, 1v1. Car? Card game. Vehicle? Driver simulator. I would say it's probably competitive. Sweaty? Training? How many tags do they have here? Fighting. Probably take competitive out of it because that's just like, that's like a builds term maybe. It's fine. I think that's good. Those are some pretty good tags. I don't think I see anything better. We're gonna need a thumbnail. Ugh. Pickaxe trick. Don't call it a glitch, otherwise you get in trouble. Practice pickaxe trick. Seat switching, etc. Jump shots, etc. I don't know, whatever, dude. First to best of 25 rounds wins. Oh my god, I gotta do all this stuff. No thank you, Aura, but best of luck. Yeah, my son's home, so I gotta wrap this up here, guys. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna jump off stream because this is all gonna be, yeah, stuff that you don't want to watch anyways. And then I'm also gonna make a thumbnail for this thing. Gonna be pretty basic. Yeah. I will have this map published probably tomorrow. And for master training, we'll probably run some master trainings on this tomorrow. Hopefully it's live then. All right, y'all. Have yourself a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening. Thanks for being a part of this stream. Sorry we didn't get to play any Fortnite, but hopefully it was interesting to some of you. I don't even know how many viewers were in here. Probably like 20 at most, but that's all right. I'm sure it was helpful to some people to see like how things are made. Anyone that's interested in creative. All right, y'all. Have yourself a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and let's get a little victory.